Chapter 1411. The avatar that Klein created was based on his current state, not Don Dante's, Sherlock Moriarty, or Merlin Hermes. This was to prevent any cognitive barriers. After encountering the anomaly brought about by Adam, he became even more careful in such matters. Glancing at the avatar, Klein's mind stirred, causing its face to turn blank. The avatar then reached out its right hand, mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, and grabbed at the main body. Again and again, after failing more than 10 times, it finally extracted a bit of dark light from the main body. Finally, Klein sighed and extinguished the thought of extending such an attempt to actual combat. He didn't resist at all. With his body and mind open, the avatar had to spend so much time and fail so many times before finally succeeding despite using Sapphira Castle's level and power. The value of actual combat was obvious. As more and more Beyonder characteristics left his body, Klein relaxed. He felt like he had finally abandoned a heavy burden after carrying it for a long time. Of course, his mental state also fluctuated to a certain extent. This was because after losing Zeradal's remnant psyche, the awakened will of the celestial worthy corroded his mind even more intensely. This was within Klein's expectations, so he didn't panic at all. With his long stabilized self-awareness, his rather tenacious will, and sufficient anchors, he gradually resisted the corruption from the celestial worthy's will and found a new balance. At the same time, when the attendant of mystery's Beyonder characteristic that Klein hadn't digested entered the avatar's body, its blank, featureless face suddenly warped. It grew a pair of dark, lusterless eyes and a faintly discernible white beard. At this moment it was extremely close to Zeradal. However, it was unable to withstand the madness brought about by the attendant of mystery's Beyonder characteristic. Its body rapidly collapsed as transparent and twisted maggots crawled out, extending out slippery and sinister tentacles. It lost control on the spot. Klein didn't let it go. Without any hesitation, he moved his finger and transformed the avatar into his marionette. The process of losing control was thus interrupted. At this stage, he had already made all the preparations. His body was in a state where he had digested the potion and could accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He also had a sequence 1 marionette. Klein leaned back in his chair and went through what he had to do next in his mind to see if there were any fatal mistake. Regarding the battle of the gods, this is all I can do for now. In the future, I can only do my best. Was I too optimistic about the earlier process? With the help of the goddess and the river of eternal darkness, there's no need to worry about the Antigonus family's ancestor causing any accidents? After a round of examination, Klein felt that he had not been cautious enough. He had been a little arrogant and careless. After some thought, he created another doppelganger with a blank face. After doing that, Klein stood up, took out creeping hunger from the fog of history, and wore it on his left hand. This was a preparation for a possible small-scale battle. In such a scenario, blink was faster and more convenient than grafting. After straightening his collar, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings, allowing his gaze to land on the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black. It landed on the humans who were hanging there and wrapped in transparent cocoons. As he scanned them one by one, his gaze fixed on the 3 cracked, transparent cocoons. In the next second, Klein's figure vanished and appeared in the grayish-white fog of history. He walked step by step to a time before the first epoch and walked into the stacked city of old. He stood at the top of a dilapidated building that was barely standing, looking down at the pile of ruins, the public transportation that had turned into disks, and the cars that were stacked one after another. Amidst the silence, his gaze swept across the remaining houses. It was as if he could see through the barriers of history, and he could see the electric lights that lit up one after another inside the houses. The light from these electric lights gently spread out, illuminating the glass, the buildings, the streets, and the ruins in a corner of the old city. After staring for a long time, Klein retracted his gaze and took a step forward, returning to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he directly teleported to the peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He saw the dilapidated ancient palace that was shrouded in fog and overgrown with weeds. His marionette and avatar immediately appeared in front of him like two guards. Facing the ancient palace, Klein pressed down on his top hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The peak of the Hornacis mountain range immediately turned dark as illusory stars began to appear around it. Klein had grafted this place with the astral world. Without any hesitation, he walked to the entrance of the ancient palace with his marionette and avatar. The marionette that looked rather similar to him took a step forward. It bent its back, stretched out its hands, and slowly pushed the heavy stone door. Amidst the creaking sounds of friction, the door opened bit by bit, revealing the scene inside. And it was different from the time Klein had delivered the Tren Sostal brass book. It was pitch black inside, preventing anyone from seeing the numerous corpses hanging in the hall or the transparent maggots entrenched on the huge stone chair. Without needing to guess, Klein used his intuition as a seer at the King of Angels level to confirm that this was a change brought about by the Evernight goddess using the river of eternal darkness's water to send the ancestor of the Antigonus family into an eternal slumber. After his marionette and avatar entered one after another, he slowly walked through the door and stepped into the interior of the palace. The darkness swayed and underwent changes. Many buildings appeared in the surroundings, and many figures walked on the street. Voices spread out, causing the entire environment to suddenly become lively, and there was a bit of clamor. People ignored Klein and his marionette and avatar as they headed to different places and discussed all sorts of matters. They and the buildings were dark in color, close to black and white. It was like an old photo that had suddenly come alive from the depths of history. This made Klein think of the black and white holographic projection, the scenes in the historical void, and the realistic dream. He strolled along the streets of such a town, moving forward as he gradually ascended the streets. The closer he got to the top, the grander the buildings became. Huge stone pillars propped up an exaggerated dome. The people living in this old black and white photo were generally tall. They looked like they were studying, working, and resting normally. The scenes here changed continuously, showing the birth of a baby, the growth of a child, the ignorance of youth, the troubles of adulthood, the pressure of middle age, and the sorrow of aging. Of course, these scenes were interspersed with each other, but there were times when one of them was the main theme. As Klein ventured deeper, he began to see some of the townspeople die. Their loved ones didn't feel too sad. They carried the deceased back home and placed them on the bed, beside the pillow, as though the corpses were still alive. When Klein was about to leave the vicinity of the town, the deceased crawled up from their beds, left their loved ones, and walked out of their homes. Step by step, they walked to the top of the street. There was also a city there. It seemed to be the city of the dead, the final home of all life, the kingdom of eternal rest. This was very close to where ordinary people lived. The latter was spread out from the mountainside to the peak, while the former was at the peak. Others might be surprised by such a state, but Klein instantly understood what this place was and what such a scene meant. This was because he could see the spirit body threads on the bodies of the deceased. Just as they were about to die, the spirit body threads would float to the peak and be controlled by an unknown existence. In other words, they had become marionette. Therefore, the deceased could leave their homes and head for the peak after a period of time. And this matched the details of the research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins that Klein had read back then. The country of the Evernight belonged to Mother Sky of the Evernight Pathway, but at the peak, there was a marionette town that was used by the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, the residents of the country of the Evernight respected and feared the night. They believed in Mother Sky, and at the same time, they believed that death wasn't the end. They believed that their deceased loved ones would protect them in the night. Indeed, death wasn't the end. The city of the dead was just beside them, at the peak. It was just a walk away, and the deceased would continue their lives there in the form of marionettes. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was no doubt equivalent to being alive. The country of the living and the city of the dead were connected just like that, at the two ends of the short path. The distance between life and death was so close that they were like neighbors. This also explained why the country of the Evernight didn't have any tombs. This was because the deceased didn't need to be buried. They would become marionettes and head to the peak. This should be the country of the Evernight from back then. Klein nodded gently as he climbed to the peak of the dark environment. What he saw was indeed a seemingly ordinary town, but everyone here was a marionette. Passing through the marionettes in different clothes and appearances, Klein entered the magnificent palace that consecrated a deity. Deep in the palace, on the huge stone chair, a figure propped his elbows on the armrest and leaned his head against the back of the chair. His face was rather young, but his long hair was half white, half hidden while the other half was obvious. His appearance was male, and his eyes were darker than Zeradal's. Furthermore, they contained an indescribable sense of the vicissitudes of life. His facial features weren't bad, but there was a tuft of short, thick black hair on his face that resembled a wolf's hair. It gave off a contradictory feeling of being old and youthful, rational and crazy. This was the ancestor of the Antigonus family. This time, he didn't appear in his mythical creature form. He was sitting on the huge stone chair in his original form. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut as though he was sleeping. And in the hall there were corpses in simple or gorgeous clothes hanging. They were like a forest that grew upside down, gently swaying in the wind. After entering a state of eternal slumber, this ancestor of the Antigonus family has finally temporarily escaped from his loss of control and madness and returned to his former self? Klein stood in the middle of the hall and stared at the goal of his trip. He sighed. The country of the Evernight and the city of the dead that he had just seen were all Antigonus's dreams. A dream that he hadn't seen for more than 1,000 years. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation vote. Chapter 14:12. Looking at the half-fool on the huge stone chair, Klein's mind flashed with the scenes related to the nation of the Evernight, and he felt a little emotional. He didn't know much about Antigonus. He had even nearly lost control because of the ravings of Hornaces. Phlegria. Therefore, he couldn't be said to feel any sympathy, but he could empathize with him. The lingering dream was undoubtedly one of the best memories of the past. Even though Antigonus was born as an extraordinary species, he seemed to miss the peaceful and sealed-off country of the past. Klein slowly exhaled and moved his gaze away from the man with a thick black beard to the side of the huge stone chair. A book made of thin brass was placed there quietly, with 3 lines of rules written in aqua silver text constantly appearing on it. 0-02 Trend Sostal Brass Book. He used an ability similar to grafting to complete the seal? Yes, it seems to have gone one step further. Not only did he directly connect the beginning to the ending rule, but he also fooled the intelligence of the Trend Sostal Brass Book, making it ignore the middle part that had been skipped. It didn't attempt to make any changes, and it repeated it again and again. Klein glanced at 0-02 and muttered to himself in thought. This made him have a guess as to what powers the fool had. Without thinking too much about it, Klein got the attendant of mystery's marionette to graft the starting point and ending point together. He walked to the side of the huge stone chair and picked up the Trend Sostal Brass Book. On the one hand, he was eliminating any possible interference, and on the other hand, he was probing Antigonus's current condition. Seeing that the half-fool was still sleeping, unable to escape his eternal slumber, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He got his marionette to take the Trend Sostal Brass Book and retreat to the entrance of the palace, where he waited. The reason why he didn't let his avatar take the Grade 0 sealed artifact was that he was worried that the Tuluan Sostal Brass Book, which had a certain connection with the Sapphira, would display a passive negative influence at the critical moment when he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness, causing the situation to rapidly deteriorate. In terms of avoiding the negative effects of sealed artifacts, marionettes were definitely better than avatars. This was also the reason why Klein didn't bring the Staff of the Stars. He couldn't keep a ticking bomb by his side. It was fine usually. He could rely on his level, and abilities to forcefully suppress the Staff of the Stars, but in the process of accommodating the fool's uniqueness, he would be extremely weak. He wouldn't be able to interfere with the people and matters around him. Any slight accident could cause him to lose control on the spot. In order to deal with the situation of Sapphira Castle being sealed and being unable to borrow any power, Klein had no choice but to bring along a sealed artifact that could provide teleportation. Therefore, he chose Creeping Hunger. At this moment, facing a king of angels who controlled a uniqueness, Klein felt the human-skinned glove on his left palm instinctively tremble. He then used his right hand to caress Creeping Hunger and whispered in a joking tone, "Don't worry. Don't worry. You're just a historical void projection." After using this method to resolve the excessive tension in his mind, Klein looked around and confirmed that there was nothing else he needed to deal with. Right on the heels of that, he pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly bowed at Antigonus. When he straightened his body and raised his head, a complicated, mysterious, and illusory mark appeared between his brows. This mark was like a strange door of light that was tainted with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin grayish-white fog. In the next second, he reached out his right hand, and from a distance that wasn't considered far, he contained Antigonus's body between his fingers. His fingers quickly closed, and with a twist of his wrist, he completed the theft. He didn't obtain anything. This attempt had failed. Klein wasn't depressed at all. He once again began to steal Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness. Although he was already a king of angels among kings of angels, his thieving abilities came from Sapphira Castle. He was currently only at the Sequence 1 level. As for Antigonus, he had been corrupted by the Lord of the Mysteries and was a king of angels that contained a uniqueness. There was still a clear difference between the two. Therefore, even though Antigonus had entered a temporary state of eternal slumber and was unable to resist, Klein failed many times. He wasn't nervous or disappointed in such a situation. This was because this was something he had expected. After all, as long as the theft wasn't completed, the Evernight Goddess wouldn't remove the concealment, allowing the fate here to be connected to the real world. There wouldn't be any external interference, so Klein had plenty of time and a stable environment to make the attempt. After countless failures, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he foresaw something. He reached out his right hand again, closed his fingers, and gently twisted them. Suddenly, he felt something invisible leave Antigonus's body and float towards him. At the same time, an indescribable river of light that branched out into countless tributaries appeared in front of him. The illusory river kept flowing forward, drowning one tributary after another, allowing them to return to the main trunk. This was the symbol of fate. It had many different forms, such as the slowly spinning wheel and the giant serpent with its head and tail connected. At this moment, when fate changed, what Klein saw was the river of light. In the next second, fragmented scenes surfaced in Klein's mind. A demonic wolf with 8 legs that had just been born was lying on a hill. He had transparent and twisted maggots swimming in and out of the thick black short fur on its body. He was the youngest son of the ancient god, Phlegria, a natural mythical creature. At that moment, he was looking at his sister, elder brother, and some of his kinsmen who were playing in the pile of corpses. He felt contempt for the simple and crude way they dealt with their prey. He believed that hanging the prey up and slowly enjoying them was in line with his status. This demonic wolf, who could be called a subsidiary god, was most afraid of his father, that powerful, terrifying, and crazy ancient god. although Phlegria had already instinctively mated and reproduced, producing many offspring and separating out many beyonder characteristics, it was uncontrollable. There was no way to ensure progress. Therefore, he was still crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, and filled with destructive instincts. He had even killed several descendants. This demonic wolf that could only create miracles and fulfill all kinds of wishes chased after its prey, biting or killing them, enjoying pure joy. He didn't have a deep impression of the subsidiary gods of his father, Phlegria. What he remembered most clearly was that he hated the god of wishes, Kotur, even though he was also a demonic wolf. In addition, he didn't like the god of the dead, Salinger. He found him gloomy, solitary, and his entire body emitted a rotten and disgusting aura. On the other hand, the goddess of misfortune, Ammonises, had the aesthetics of a demonic wolf and a human. She had a gentle personality and was very good at placating the mind. She wasn't that annoying to the wolf. However, this female subsidiary god rarely appeared. She was always like a shadow, hiding in places that weren't easily discovered. Of course, the demonic wolf remembered that several of his sisters and brothers had ostracized Ammonises and wanted to snatch her position. The demonic wolf had witnessed the fall of his father, the powerful ancient god. He saw the ancient god's blood splatter all over the goddess of misfortune, Ammonises's body. And in that chaotic situation, a uniqueness and a sequence one beyonder characteristic were attracted and fell into her hands. She and one of his sisters escaped the kingdom where the demonic wolves lived and hid everywhere. Without their father's protection, this demonic wolf and his sister realized that their wanton lives weren't normal. Pain and danger were the themes that ran through everything. Finally, they crossed the sea and came to the northern continent, establishing a secret kingdom in the uninhabited Hornacis mountain range. He and his sister didn't dare to expose themselves. All they could do was gather believers in small numbers and gather the population. Under such circumstances, he invented the city of the dead that coexisted with the kingdom of the living. He made the dead believers become his marionettes to complete the advancement ritual. Although this period of time was filled with worries, it was the best time in the demonic wolf's memories. Seeing his sister's believers increase and his marionette town improve, he seemed to forget the chaos and danger of the outside world. He obtained the first peace since he was born. Due to the influence of the believer's knowledge, he and his sister gradually gained some so-called humanity. After the cataclysm, he finally advanced to become an attendant of mysteries and turned himself into a human. With Antigonus's surname, he left the Hornacis mountain range and returned to the real world outside the secret kingdom. From that moment forth, Antigonus's memories and knowledge became increasingly fragmented. Many times, he found himself a little unfamiliar. After he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, this situation became more serious. As scenes flashed, Klein quickly came to a realization. I'm Antigonus, I'm the half-fool. Suddenly, his body changed repeatedly. At times, he had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly air, fusing with Zhou Mingrue's appearance, Klein Moretti. At other times, he had long white hair and a thick, black beard on his face. At other times, he wore a black cloak, making it impossible to see his face clearly as he constantly extended slippery tentacles to the side. At that moment, Klein's thoughts were extremely chaotic, and his mental state was completely out of balance. He could barely maintain a certain level of self-awareness as he tottered under the impact of the two mental storms. At the same time, he also inherited the fate of Antigonus, losing control and going crazy. His body began to collapse bit by bit. Prayers and praises sounded in his ears. They intertwined, forming an illusory image that joined the chaotic battlefield. Rorstad Archipelago, Byam, on the bell tower of the Church of the Fool. A young man wearing a pointed hat and a monocle suddenly appeared here. He stood behind the railing and looked down at the entire city. Mr. Error Amon. In the next second, he saw Byam, the distant new city of silver, and New Moon City disappear at the same time, as though someone had erased them from the map with an eraser. Boring. Upon seeing this scene, Amon smiled and shook his head. He wasn't disappointed at all. He only wanted to test if Klein or the Evernight Goddess had fixed a bug. After striking the bell, he could, to a certain extent, be considered the fool's angel of time. He could use this loophole to steal a portion of the other party's anchors. Such theft was usually of little value, but it was very useful at the critical moment of a ritual. The sudden decrease in anchors would definitely cause the balance to be broken, causing Klein to lose control on the spot. Amon retracted his gaze and raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal glasses, a light that seemed to come from the starry sky suddenly lit up. Chapter 14:13. Creak, creak. The doors and windows in Bakeland, Trier, Lemberg, and St. Millum closed at the same time without any wind blowing. In the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside a white tower, Luca, who was on duty in the underground area, suddenly stood up when he sensed the unusual commotion. As a prophet, he acutely sensed that something was happening. This elder, who was wearing a white robe with brass threads, immediately used a mystic spell and arrived at the entrance to the underground area in one step. He reached out and pushed the door open. However, this door, which wasn't considered heavy for a demigod, didn't move at all, as though it had been sealed by an invisible force. Luca Brewster didn't make any forceful attempts. Instead, he cast his gaze deep underground. There was silence. Not a single sound could be heard. This isn't normal. Luca didn't need to rely on his beyonder powers to determine that something was amiss. Usually, deep underground would emit a sound that made one's hair stand on end. But now, it had vanished as though it had never appeared. Others might not know, but as a member of the upper echelons of the Church of Knowledge, Luca knew that the sound came from an extremely terrifying sealed artifact that even he didn't know the exact situation. It was impossible for it to be erased out of thin air. The current situation could only mean one thing. Either the sealed artifact had escaped its restrictions and entered an even stranger state, or it had been sealed further, no longer able to exert any influence on the outside world. And regardless of which possibility it was, it meant that there was extreme danger lurking in the surroundings. This was because the sealed artifact's serial number was 0-01. At the top of the remaining bell tower in Byam, the light on Amon's monocle gradually faded as it returned to normal. This Mr. Error had just unabashedly displayed his newly obtained beyonder powers, indicating a fact to all the existences that were watching him. He had already accommodated the door's uniqueness and obtained the corresponding authority. He had just used this to close everything related to the concept of door in the world, maximizing the effects of the seal. This resulted in the items that were sealed in the Orthodox churches and secret organizations being unable to be used for a short period of time, because no one could remove the seal. Even if a true god descended from the astral world, it might take a certain amount of time to remove the restrictions. Therefore, Amon excluded most of the Grade 0 sealed artifacts from the possible battle of gods, so he didn't need to consider the corresponding interference. Of course, using authority to exert influence on the entire world couldn't be maintained for long unless Mr. Error Amon focused all his energy on this matter. It was precisely because of this that he didn't do it ahead of time. Only when he observed the disturbance in Klein's anchor did he suddenly activate it. The stronger a Grade 0 sealed artifact was, the more terrifying the negative effects were. It was even more so for those that could affect deities. Even a Sequence 0 true god might not be able to withstand it for too long. Therefore, true gods wouldn't remove the seal unless they needed to use it. Otherwise, it would bring greater interference to them, and the gains wouldn't be able to make up for the losses. After doing this, Amon supported himself with his palm and gently leaped up. He sat on the handrail at the top of the bell tower without any semblance of a true god. As he looked at the horizon, he leisurely waited for the concealment to be lifted. The ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness had officially begun. At that time, he would sound the death knell for the other party. Inside the Evernight goddess's secret world, Klein's consciousness was like a sailboat in a storm under the repeated impacts of the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint. At times he would be thrown high, smacked down, eroded, and pushed. This made his thoughts extremely chaotic. He almost split into two different personalities, Antigonus and the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, his avatar had also lost its rationality. It was in a state where it was about to collapse into a maggot vortex. Only the marionette was standing there in a daze without anyone controlling it. The prayers and praises of the believers echoed in Klein's ears, forming a corresponding cognitive image. It was like a dam, bitterly resisting the surging flood. Klein wasn't too unfamiliar with such a situation. After becoming an attendant of mysteries and devouring the beyonder characteristic related to Zeradol, he had a similar experience. Therefore, with the help of the anchors, he had survived the initial chaos. He had skillfully directed Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint to the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, allowing the two to corrode and entangle each other. The rampaging mental storm weakened significantly, and Klein's self-awareness finally had a chance to catch a breather. Before he calmed down, he immediately led the image of the deity formed by the anchors into the entanglement of the two mental corruption in an attempt to find a new balance. However, it didn't go smoothly. Compared to the previous time, the essence, toughness, and madness of Antigonus's mental imprint were clearly stronger than Zeradol's. After all, this was a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and was known as the half-fool. Furthermore, he had stolen the other party's identity and fate. This brought about two other negative effects. His personality was constantly on the verge of splitting apart. From time to time, he would believe that he was Antigonus, attempting to fuse the other party's mental imprint with his own mind. He had inherited the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy. His entire body was collapsing uncontrollably, bringing about even more mental corruption. In addition, Antigonus's mental imprint and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings weren't completely incompatible. In certain aspects of the battlefield, they showed signs of fusing as one, as though they originated from the same existence. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. As a natural mythical creature, Antigonus was born with a certain will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. When he advanced to attendant of mysteries, this problem suddenly became serious, causing him to undergo an unfathomable mutation. When he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, madness seemed to become a side of him. In other words, before Antigonus completely lost control, his mind was already a stitched monster to a certain extent. His self-awareness and mental imprint belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and this couldn't be separated during theft. Compared to him, Zeradol's mental imprint was much cleaner. Only a small portion belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Most of it came from Zeradol's intense emotions before his death. The reason why the two were different was that, apart from Antigonus's additional accommodation of the fool's uniqueness, the former had become an attendant of mysteries at the beginning of the fourth epoch. At that time, the will of the celestial worthy hadn't weakened to the extent of the late fifth epoch. Unable to form a new balance, Klein's rate of collapse accelerated. Most of his body was already made up of transparent and twisted maggots, and they extended out slippery and sinister tentacles. Just as he was trying his best to maintain his self-awareness and search for a new balance without giving up, his collapsed body, Antigonus's crazy mind, and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings entered a slumber at the same time. This caused all the changes to come to an abrupt halt and return to normal. As for Klein's self-awareness, with the help of his special ability to resist dreams and the invasion of his mind, he maintained a sliver of lucidity in such a deep slumber. Yes, I've stolen not only the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, but also the fate of him falling into eternal slumber. And I can resist eternal slumber to a certain extent. Klein grabbed that sliver of lucidity and gained a certain understanding of his current state. To him, this was an opportunity. It was only at this moment that he fully understood why the Evernight goddess needed the river of eternal darkness's water as a medium to attempt this. This wasn't only because it was very difficult for a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and the awakened will of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body to temporarily enter a state of eternal slumber. It was also because the state of eternal slumber was beneficial to Klein. This could create an excellent environment where only a sliver of his will could move while all other disturbances were asleep. At the same time, Klein also confirmed something. The reason why he could remain lucid when his dream and mind were invaded wasn't entirely because of the uniqueness brought about by Sapphira Castle, but because the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body was also in a deep slumber. Although the Lord of the Mysteries' awakening was still very limited, his level and connection with Sapphira Castle was undoubtedly stronger than the current Klein. He couldn't completely resist the corrosion of eternal slumber, so why could Klein? Therefore, Klein believed that part of his uniqueness in this aspect stemmed from the Evernight goddess's blessing. It was a gift he had received when he was born. The blessing given by a true deity who wielded partial authority in the dream domain and the aura, power, and mysticism of Sapphira Castle combined to form such a special characteristic. A gentle song that seemed to come from the depths of a dream sounded as Klein's lucidity deepened. Without any hesitation, he immediately adjusted the slumbering imprint and corruption in his body and found a new balance. Right on the heels of that, he extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. He mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle and stole the fool's uniqueness from Antigonus's body. Perhaps it was because he was now Antigonus, but the theft didn't fail many times before succeeding. A translucent mask engraved with the fool's symbol flew out of Antigonus's body. The man with a thick black beard remained asleep, as though he was in eternal slumber. At the same time, the blurry fog dissipated as illusory starlight shone into the hall. This ancient palace suddenly appeared in the dark and mysterious astral world, at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range's main peak. The concealment had been removed, and fate began to interact. At this moment, on a certain mountain peak in the forsaken land of the gods, a faint shadow curtain appeared on the surface of the huge cross. A crack opened as a man walked out. He was Adam, who wore a simple white robe and had a thick golden beard. Behind him was a thick shadow with 5 heads. The shadow had partially fused with him, but it had yet to completely become one. Adam looked up at the astral world that was distorted by authority and symbols. He smiled calmly at the shadow behind him. From the looks of it, they still don't know why I'm using visionary as my foundation. I've never told anyone about this research result. Just as he finished speaking, he said with a solemn expression, I'm one and also everyone. I'm the beginning and also the end. His eyes suddenly turned illusory as a sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities appeared around him. Adam then raised his hand and grabbed the silver cross pendant hanging in front of his chest. Above his head, a blazing but illusory sun immediately appeared. On his left, lightning, gales, waves, and other symbols intertwined to form a phantom that looked down on everything. On his right, a white tower with many brass eyes rose from the ground. These imaginary authorities and symbols entered Adam's body one after another under the push of the sea of chaos. Finally, the shadow that was tightly attached to Adam's back shrank into his body. Suddenly, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities rose up. Adam swelled into a gigantic figure of light that seemed to be able to support the world. This figure of light slowly walked on the chaotic black water surface. He raised his hand and pointed at the astral world. "Let there be light." In a blink of an eye, the entire astral world lit up. There were no more secrets that could be hidden. Even the invisible barrier that separated Earth from the astral world and the entire universe appeared. At this time, a terrifying giant face that could not be described in detail was stuck to the transparent, cracked barrier, silently watching the changes in the scene inside. Chapter 14:14. It was even more abstract than the spirit world. In the astral world, which seemed to encompass all the authority and symbolism of the entire universe, everything appeared. And the light that illuminated this place wasn't evenly distributed. It was mainly concentrated in a few places, stacked on top of each other, interweaving into what looked like a thick prism. There were a total of 3 such spots, and they sealed different illusory kingdoms. Some of those kingdoms were filled with bright flowers, and the sky was always bright. Some seemed to be formed from books that were either opened or closed. Different figures shuttled back and forth between them, reading for pleasure. There was also a boundless sea that was enveloped in a violent storm, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling endlessly. In the next second, a drastic change occurred in the 3 different countries at the same time. Where the sky was always bright, all the flowers emitted light, as though they had become miniature, blazing suns. These countless miniature suns intertwined and plunged into the abnormally blinding golden sun that was rapidly rising from the depths of the kingdom, causing it to emit a scorching light that could illuminate the entire world and galaxy. However, no matter how much energy this near-real sun scattered or how many ultra-high temperature flames it created, it was unable to break through the thick prism of light. Every time it destroyed a layer, the other party would form a new layer. It wasn't any slower than it. Elsewhere in the astral world, on the surface of the wondrous kingdom formed from all kinds of books, spots of faint brass light rapidly swam about on the same spot of light. They outlined one mysterious symbol after another, as though they were searching for a key structural point or an effective way to destroy the barrier in one strike. During this process, the faint light formed a pair of illusory eyes that directly saw the weak spots and created eyes at the weak spots. And inside the spot of light, there was also a similar faint light swimming about, reconstructing itself over and over again, changing the key structural point. This made it seem like both parties were competing in terms of computational ability, and the victor couldn't be determined for a moment. Deep in the boundless sea that was enveloped by lightning, gales, and torrential rain, a spot of light suddenly lit up. It carried a portion of matter and approached the limits of its speed, creating a violent wave that could destroy a planet. Such a wave, along with the dot of light, constantly struck the thick prism-like spot of light, causing it to drop countless beams of light. At some point in time, the spot of light rippled with an illusory sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities. This seemed to solidify the surrounding environment, causing the spot of light that carried the storm to slow down uncontrollably. Then, the spot of light sped up, slowed down, sped up, slowed down, and repeated, refusing to give up. With the chaos sea as the source, and himself and the true creator as the pillars, Adam, who had envisioned the 3 uniquenesses and incorporated them into this system, seemed to have exceeded the limits of the sequences and become a half-great old one. With his strength alone, he had forcefully suppressed eternal dark blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, trapping the 3 sequence 0 true gods in their respective divine kingdoms. At that moment, He seemed to have returned to his peak state, transforming back into the ancient sun god who had killed one ancient god after another. He used the two pathways of Visionary and the Hanging Man as the foundation for his resurrection. Apart from the uniqueness of their resurrection, it was also because he had researched them and had the highest chance of becoming God. Using one of the two pathways of Visionary and the Hanging Man to become a true God, and after grasping the basics of Chaos C, one could take back the remaining uniquenesses and sequence one beyonder characteristics. This was the relatively easiest and least risky path to advance to the Lord of the Astral World. And in this aspect, the Visionary was slightly more special than the Hanged Man. When a Visionary gained initial control of Chaos C and accommodated the second uniqueness and the corresponding sequence one beyonder characteristic to a certain extent, he could rely on imagination to conjure the remaining false symbols and authorities, allowing himself to temporarily obtain the level of a sequence and possess the strength of half a great old one. However, at the end of the third epoch, the ancient sun god's plan was, after being assassinated, he would immediately revive at Sasra's place in the giant king's court. He would first take back the uniqueness and three sequence one beyonder characteristics of the Hanging Man and become a sequence 0 true god again. Then, with the help of the first blasphemy slate placed beside him, he would gain initial control of Chaos C. With this foundation, he would then awaken the Angel of Imagination, Adam, and return to his main body to form support. Once such a system was established, the ancient sun god would use the grazing powers of the Hanging Man and the means of a Visionary to separate his virtual persona to control the uniquenesses and sequence one beyonder characteristics of the three pathways of Sun, Reader, and Sailor, allowing himself to be infinitely close to a great old one in terms of status and strength while maintaining a minimum level of stability. He didn't directly accommodate Chaos C and the uniquenesses and sequence one beyonder characteristics of the other three pathways because he didn't want to advance to a great old one in that era and become a pillar. That would inevitably lead to the awakening of God, causing him to lose himself. His plan was to control the situation and the materials. When the apocalypse approached, he would complete the final few steps and become a pillar with self-awareness. Back then, he didn't plan on using Visionary as a foundation because he didn't obtain the pen of Alzahad and lacked a main ingredient. After the kings of angels betrayed him, and the plan failed miserably, he revived in Adam's body. Only then did he decide to take the best path by taking the opportunity brought about by this calamity. At that moment, Adam, who had transformed into a gigantic figure of light, stood on the surface of the chaotic black water, causing the astral world to be reflected in his eyes, making it difficult for the three true deities to break through the restrictions. Around him, beams of light constantly fell from high above with flaming tails, illuminating the entire forsaken land of the gods, causing the northern and southern continents to be in the middle of noon. In the remaining bell tower of Biam, Amon, who was sitting on the railing, nudged his crystal monocle. With his hands, he suddenly leaped up and entered the astral world. During this process, an ancient mottled stone slab appeared in his left hand at some point in time. The first blasphemy slate. Amon had once used it to seal the gap brought about by Mr. Door's return ritual, preventing the invasion of the mother goddess of depravity. After the return ritual ended, the door of flesh and blood completely collapsed, and there was no longer a passageway that could be maintained. He then retrieved the blasphemy slate. At that moment, Amon casually threw the ancient mottled slate down from the astral world and landed somewhere in the fog sea. It was a mountain that pierced through the endless black fog. There was no end to its bottom. It was as though there was a continent around it. After the first blasphemy slate landed, it accurately stabbed into the peak of the mountain, transforming into an illusory sea that contained all colors. At the same time, Amon entered the astral world and saw the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range that had been grafted here. He saw the ancient and dilapidated palace on the peak. His body, which was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, rapidly grew in size, instantly reaching the size of a mountain. His mouth opened as though he was about to swallow the magnificent but dilapidated palace of Antigonus into his mouth. Suddenly, he saw a blurry figure. This figure was wearing a long black dress that was layered but not complicated, and it was dotted with countless starlight. He was as huge as the present Amon. A pair of arms covered in dark black short hair grew out from his ribs and waist. However, he had a beautiful and gentle face that was covered with a thin black veil. His eyes seemed to condense the night sky that hid the stars. It made one feel at peace, but it also made one feel uncontrollable fear. Two of his hands were dragging a long scythe, and the other was holding a golden bird-shaped accessory. The remaining two were empty, as though he was holding something invisible. Evernight Goddess. In the next second, Amon, who was wearing a monocle on his right eye, was quickly erased like a sketch by an eraser. The Evernight Goddess raised her two empty arms and held up a blurry fog that was almost invisible. On the surface of the fog, doors of different shapes rapidly opened at different spots, but they were instantly blocked, preventing any loopholes from appearing. The Evernight Goddess floated at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range in the astral world. She focused on controlling the fog world in her hand, preventing Amon's true body from escaping. As more and more doors appeared, they opened faster and faster. The goddess was no longer able to deal with them by herself. All she could do was raise her other two arms and raise the long scythe. The dark black scythe quickly turned incorporeal, as though it had turned into a non-corporeal coffin formed from thick black fog. The nearly invisible fog world was stuffed into the coffin. All movement instantly came to a halt, as though he had died at the same time. However, this silence only lasted for a second. On the surface of the thick black fog that formed the coffin, doors formed and opened one after another. As the Evernight Goddess sealed these doors, she raised her arm that held the golden bird-shaped accessory. The orange-red light of dusk scattered down, giving the black coffin a sense of decay and death. The formation and opening of the doors slowed down as both parties entered a tug-of-war. At this moment, beneath the Evernight Goddess's feet, the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range collapsed. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived ahead of time. At the same time, black python-like tentacles extended over from a certain spot in the astral world. At the tip of these tentacles was an eye that was either closed or open. Anything they saw would instantly turn into grayish-white stone, and anything that was directly touched by the tentacles would distort, extending their limbs and heads, turning into women of various sizes, all of them very good-looking. As the grayish-white spread rapidly, these tentacles surged towards the ancient and dilapidated palace, surging towards Klein, who was about to contain the fool's uniqueness. Primordial Demonis, Cheek. Chapter 14-15. Countless demonesses of different sizes brought about destruction that felt like everything was collapsing, causing the entire main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to develop in the direction of a gigantic stone sphere. This caused the dilapidated outer walls of the ancient palace to rapidly collapse, exposing Klein, his avatar, and Marionette, who was in the middle of the hall, to the astral world. Just as the python-like black tentacles were about to surge into the palace, a crimson moon rose up in this apocalyptic scene. The periphery of the hall that was bathed in moonlight instantly grew wheat, flowers, mushrooms, and trees. They intertwined with each other and stacked on top of each other, sealing the palace that belonged to Antigonus within. At that moment, the hall that Klein was in was like a ruin that had been sealed in history and the forest for thousands of years. It had been completely devoured by nature. The black tentacles with eyeballs at their tips that resembled pythons were blocked by the crazily growing plant. They rose up and constantly struck the barrier that originated from nature, causing the latter to petrify, crack, or collapse layer after layer. However, be it the wheat, flowers, mushrooms, or trees, their rebirth came very quickly. Just as they returned to Earth Mother's embrace, they grew out once again. Just like that, the natural barrier was reborn layer by layer before being destroyed. Layer after layer was destroyed, and layer after layer was reborn. It entered a stalemate. Earth Mother, who wielded the moon pathway's uniqueness, blocked primordial Demonis' cheek. At this moment, a beam of light that most beyonders couldn't see fell straight down from above, slamming into the natural barrier that had plants as its foundation. This beam of light didn't have a corporeal body, as though it was formed from massive amounts of information. In an illusory form, it tore through the gaps between the plants like a torrent, heading straight for Klein, who was about to obtain the translucent mask. The hidden sage. At this moment, a blurry light shot up from the void, producing projections of paintings around Klein. Some of them recorded the helplessness and tragedy of humans facing Beyonder species. Some used epic strokes to recreate the scene of humans using themselves as experimental subjects, attempting to fuse Beyonder ingredients to obtain strength and save their species. Some described the strange and unique folklore that came from the Black Emperor. Some carried all sorts of inventions, books, and viewpoints. Some were like the current world's replicas, consisting of gigantic machinery that spewed out steam, buildings that grew taller and taller, and clothes that made it easier to move around. These contents made the seemingly thin paintings exude an extremely heavy feeling. This was because they bore the burden of civilization, the enlightenment and development of human society at different stages. Back then, the god of craftsmanship hadn't digested the sequence 1 civilization enlightener potion well before advancing to sequence 0 due to various reasons. Furthermore, he maintained his rationality and lucidity, but this also forced him to divert more his attention to resist the inclination of losing control and madness. Among the 7 orthodox deities, he was inferior to the other existences. The reason why the Church of Steam was the weakest orthodox deity organization wasn't only because he had the shortest history and accumulated the least, but also because the corresponding true deity wasn't in a good state. After Roselle's identity as the son of Steam and a member of the Church set off the Industrial Revolution, bringing about all sorts of ideas, the god of craftsmanship seized the opportunity to change his name to the god of steam and machinery. He shared the progress of civilization's enlightenment and digested the corresponding potion. And as a true deity of a neighboring pathway, after the hidden sage chose to become Klein's enemy, he finally stood on the side of the other orthodox deities. The terrifying torrent of information slammed into the illusory paintings and rapidly expanded in an attempt to crack the cage. However, a civilization that had existed for tens of thousands of years was heavy and extensive. The history left behind by generations of humans that numbered in the hundreds of millions was vast and magnificent. It was completely sufficient to carry the hidden sage's torrent of information. As the hidden sage worked hard to break through the restrictions of the god of steam and machinery, in the Antigonus Hall, which was sealed by layers of plants, Klein extended his slippery and strange tentacles to grab the translucent mask that represented the fool's uniqueness and brought it close to his face. Just as the mask covered Klein's face, figures appeared around him. Some of them were men wearing postman's clothes, some were ordinary birds, and some were creatures so tiny that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There were hundreds or thousands of them. The hall, which only had corpses hanging in midair, suddenly became crowded. And what these figures had in common was that they either wore a crystal monocle on their right eyes, or there was a circle of symbols of different colors in the same spot. Amon. Mr. Error Amon's avatars. It was unknown if they had used the primordial Demonis or the hidden sage's invasion to open a backdoor and take advantage of a loophole to silently arrive near the target. Looking at Klein, who had just put on the translucent mask and was beginning to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, these omens revealed smiles at the same time. They opened their mouths and spat out words that normal people couldn't understand. These words intertwined together, forming a terrifying and crazy ravings. You neglected the primordial demoness. To her, Medici, who has only recovered to sequence 1, isn't a threat at all. What she hopes the most now is for a Lord of the Mysteries to immediately be born and open the seal of the Western continent, allowing her a chance to find the City of Calamity. Clearly, compared to you, I'm a better choice. You're too weak, hehe. Are you still waiting for the Mother Tree of Desire or the Mother Goddess of Depravity to provide help? It's useless. I've placed the first blasphemy slate in the Fog Sea, at the entrance of the abyss, not far from that primitive island. In addition, with the enhanced seal brought about by the authority related to the door and the control of half a lord of the astral world's barrier, no matter which outer deity it is, they won't be able to infiltrate reality in a short period of time. And without the influence of the outer deities, the dark side of the universe and the chained god currently don't wish to interfere in the battle of gods. They would rather seize this opportunity and attempt to escape the restraints. They also hope to quickly produce a Lord of the Mysteries to help them escape their predicament. If it wasn't for the fact that triggering them would also trigger the corruption of the outer deities in their bodies, I could now make a promise and come to an agreement with them, to deal with you together. Amon was deliberately using real information to fill the ravings, using this to make Klein suffer from two influences at the same time. One was the mental corruption of the ravings, and the other was the corresponding contents pull on his attention. In any case, this wasn't a waste of time for him. On the one hand, he had enough avatars. Every worm of time's word was enough to form many words. On the other hand, he had forcefully mixed the information together, so a single word could represent many things. At that instant, Amon's ravings reverberated crazily in Klein's mind. They were like sharp blades that pierced through his mind and tore apart his mind. If it were any other time, Klein could use his level to forcefully suppress the ravings that were at most at the sequence 1 level without being affected. But at that moment, he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness. His mental balance was delicate and fragile. In such a scene, a single straw might collapse the entire house, much less Amon's avatars. Furthermore, while Klein's mind was in a stabbing pain and his self-awareness was in chaos, the Antigonus mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had fallen into an eternal slumber showed signs of awakening. In a sense, eternal slumber was an extreme seal. The Amon, who had accommodated the door's uniqueness, could undoubtedly weaken the seal or even make it ineffective. In addition, the translucent mask that Klein had just put on, the fool's uniqueness, had an even stronger will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It was also gradually escaping the influence of eternal slumber and resonating with the same kind in Klein's body. Without using any beyonder powers, all they did was create some simple ravings. Amon had made Klein lose his balance and be on the verge of losing control. Furthermore, all of this seemed irreversible unless there was still the river of eternal darkness's water to allow Antigonus's mental imprint and the even more powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to continue sleeping. But at this moment, even if there was still the river of eternal darkness's water, the ever-night goddess couldn't be distracted. This was because she was using her full strength to suppress the dual pathway true god, Amon. From this angle, the Amon were actually deliberately sacrificing their true bodies to hold back the ever-night goddess and create an opportunity for the avatars to destroy Klein's ritual. This was a little risky, but the outcome looked pretty good. At this moment, a spot of light lit up in Klein's pocket. The light was pale golden in color, like sticky syrup. It instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Apart from Klein, his avatars and the thin brass book that had been suddenly thrown over by the distant marionette were illuminated by the light. 0-02 Trans-Sostal Brass Book. This sealed artifact stretched out its body in midair. As it bathed in the pale golden light, a rule suddenly appeared on the blank page. It was completely different from the previous repeated rules. Silence here. The mouths of Amon's avatars kept opening and closing, but they could no longer make a sound. An instant later, a new rule appeared under the previous rule. Mutual attacks are prohibited here. Pa. Trans-Sostal Brass Book fell to the ground and spread open at Klein's feet. Under the illumination of the magic wishing lamp, it had managed to escape the previous cycle and set up a rule that was beneficial to Klein. The Amons only glanced at each other and made different responses. A portion of them adjusted their monocle at the same time and joined forces. Then, they raised their right hands and gently clenched them, using the corresponding authority to strengthen the seal. On the Trans-Sostal Brass Book, a sentence gradually took shape before the new rules. The following rules are invalid. The other Amon locked onto Klein, who was on the verge of losing control. Not being able to attack didn't mean that they couldn't steal or give gifts. Chapter 14:16. On the different Amon's faces, the monocle that existed in different forms emitted a pure light at the same time. This was something they had stolen from the depths of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. It came from the eternal daytime, effect of the ancient sun god. It could purify filth and evil, and awaken the sleeping living beings. They gave this gift to Klein. This, combined with the relevant authority of the apprentice domain, was enough to break the state of eternal slumber. In an instant, Antigonus's mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's body awakened. The feelings of madness, vastness, cruelty, bloodthirst, and coldness were like an invisible storm that wreaked havoc in Klein's heart. Almost at the same time, the powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had yet to be completely accommodated in the fool's uniqueness suddenly opened its eyes, like a terrifying monster that had been sleeping in the darkness for more than 1,000 years. At that moment, the chaos and loss of control from before swept over him again. However, Klein didn't panic. According to a backup plan, he calmly used the grafting ability to guide Antigonus's mental imprint to the will of the celestial worthy in the fool's uniqueness, allowing them to collide again after being entangled for 1,000 or 2,000 years. On the other side, Klein relied on his consciousness and the anchors from the fool's believers and sea god's believers to balance the will of the celestial worthy contained in the beyonder characteristic in his body, just like when he separated the attendant of mysteries marionette. If there weren't any accidents, Klein would have a certain chance of achieving a balance on both sides if this continued. He would completely accommodate the fool's uniqueness and enter the final stage of the ritual. However, how could there not be any accidents when he was surrounded by Amons? A number of Amons strengthened the seal of the Trans-Sostal Brass Book and the magic wishing lamp to resist the former's nomological restrictions. When a number of Amons gifted the eternal daytime to Klein, a small number locked onto Klein and stole. What they wanted to steal was the lucidity of his thoughts. One after another, the Amons failed, but in the end there were still a few Amons who succeeded. They stole Klein's consciousness for the next 2 seconds. Klein's thoughts turned blurry. Without the guidance of Antigonus's mental imprint, the two halves of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings will, and the anchors from the believers immediately lost balance. They frantically corroded, influenced, and corrupted each other. Everything became extremely chaotic and out of control, as if it was already irreversible. Klein's body collapsed inch by inch, turning into a bunch of transparent and twisted maggots that extended out even more slippery and evil tentacles. At that moment, the rules on the Trans-Sostal Brass Book were erased, and new words were written. Silence in this place. Mutual attacks are prohibited here. Then, in front of these two rules, the familiar text appeared again. The following rules are invalid. After the seal was strengthened, the Trans-Sostal Brass Book seemed to have entered a new cycle, and the influence that the genie could exert became rather effective. Klein's consciousness quickly recovered, but the situation in his body was completely chaotic and out of control. This made him unable to sort out the different influences, and he was powerless to find a new balance. In other words, he would continue running down the path of losing control until he became a monster. With almost no time to think, Klein relied on his instincts and experience to make the decision to use the final plan. He instantly gave up on trying to salvage the situation in his body and stopped diverting his attention to this matter. Not only that, Klein even made the attendant of mystery's marionette transform into a maggot vortex. With Zeradal's mental imprint, it threw itself towards his main body and fused with it. He wanted to add to the chaos. However, Amon's avatars wouldn't allow him to make any attempts. Apart from resisting the magic wishing lamp and the Tren Sostal brass book, the rest began stealing once again. They wanted to make Klein's thoughts fall into chaos again and again until he completely lost control. The Amon in the postman's uniform succeeded, but what he stole wasn't Klein's lucidity, but a drop of fresh blood. The blood instantly seeped into Postman Amon's palm. Right on the heels of that, Postman Amon's eyes were dyed crimson. His stomach bulged at an unimaginable speed as it squirmed. He seemed to be pregnant with a child. What he had stolen was the primordial moon, which was also the blood blessed by the mother goddess of depravity. After Klein no longer placed most of his consciousness on balancing the Antigonus mental imprint in his body, the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and the anchor, he no longer needed to passively endure it like before. He could barely respond to Amon's theft. He used grafting to tamper with the target of Amon's theft into Sapphira Castle, into the junk pile, and onto the drop of blood that had the blessing of the primordial moon. This came from Shaman King Klarman. There was no doubt that there was a certain connection between Amon's avatars. Furthermore, it was impossible for his level to reach sequence 0. Therefore, when Postman Amon was contaminated by the drop of blood, the other Amons showed a certain level of chaos. Some of their stomachs protruded, some of their eyes were dyed crimson, and some of them were carrying invisible babies as they circled on the spot. This caused the rest of the theft to inevitably fail. Klein seized this opportunity and, relying on the lucidity that he couldn't maintain for too long, he mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, covering the entire ancient palace with a shadowy curtain. This place was once again concealed. Then, he ignored the Antigonus mental imprint and Zeradal's mental imprint in his body, and the two wills of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that were beginning to fuse. He made the blank-faced avatar, which was standing not far away, extend its palm towards his main body. Its 5 fingers quickly closed as it quickly twisted its wrists. As Klein's self-consciousness didn't resist and even took the initiative to cooperate, the avatar didn't fail a few times. With the help of Sapphira Castle, it successfully stole his self-consciousness, fate, anchor, and most of his identity from his main body. The only identity he left behind in his main body was the identity related to the Fool. At the same time, he also stole the identity, fate, and mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor. This was only possible after a few tries with the help of his self-consciousness. As the long river of light with countless tributaries appeared, the face of Klein's avatar twisted and squirmed, turning into Klein Moretti, who had the characteristics of German Sparrow. He had transformed into his main body, a body without any Beyonder characteristics. Of course, his self-consciousness and anchor were still resisting the mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor, but compared to before, this was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Having already adapted to his identity as Antigonus, he quickly found a new balance, delaying and prolonging the fate of losing control. Although this was still unavoidable, it gave him some time for the subsequent operations. On the other side, in Klein's original body, there was only the Fool's uniqueness, all the Beyonder characteristics from the curtain, the Beyonder characteristics that originated from Zeradol, a small number of Beyonder characteristics from other sources that Klein had once consumed and digested, as well as the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the remnants of Zeradol's mental imprint, and the identity of the Fool. Without Klein's self-consciousness, Antigonus's mental imprint, and a large number of anchors, the remnants of Zeradol's mental imprint were quickly destroyed and corroded by the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In the next second, Klein's main body suddenly fell silent. The collapse of his body stopped. He lowered his head and stopped extending his slippery and evil tentacles. He was so quiet that it seemed to have lost his soul. In such a scene, silence was more terrifying than madness. That dazed body seemed to be giving birth to an extremely terrifying monster. Klein didn't care about it. All he did was quickly graft a portion of his connection with his main body to the area above the gray fog. Then, he changed his target and locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair. This former half-fool didn't receive Amon's help, so he didn't escape his eternal slumber. Klein reached out his right hand again and stole the remaining Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, one each. Although he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus, such stealing was still difficult. It was inevitable that he would repeat his failures. At that moment, outside the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, Amon regained his consciousness from the initial chaos. They raised their monocle to make the crimson in their eyes disappear, or they looked down at their stomachs and reached out to touch them. A second later, the protruding stomachs cracked open, and babies with faint crimson crawled out. These babies didn't cry, nor did they show any abnormalities. They smoothly took out a crystal monocle from the void and wore it on their right eye. The number of Amon increased. He turned the babies that were born into his avatars to prevent them from being corrupted by the primordial moon from interfering with him. And at this moment, Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery had obtained a certain degree of advantage on their respective battlefields. Finally, they could free up their hands to interfere with the situation inside the palace. In an instant, a portion of the Amon turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A portion of the Amon turned into knowledge, information, and words that were imprinted into the illusory book. However, there were still a portion of the Amon who used blink, relied on loopholes, or used deception of the rules to successfully avoid the influence of the two true deities. As they continued to strengthen the seal of the magic wishing lamp and the Trend-Sostal brass book, they opened a door in Klein's realm of mysteries. At the same time, the angels also noticed the changes in the astral world. However, their gazes couldn't penetrate the natural barrier of Earth Mother and the civilization painting of the god of steam and machinery. They couldn't see the scene inside. This also meant that even if they wanted to exert their influence, they were powerless. In the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, after repeated failures, Klein finally succeeded in stealing Antigonus's Beyonder characteristics from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1, Beyonder characteristics that had been digested. Due to the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics, the latter had attracted many Beyonders of the same pathway over a long period of time. While turning them into marionettes, he had also sucked away their Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, at this moment, Antigonus still had a large number of Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway in his body, including a miracle invokers. The dark points of light quickly fused into Klein's body and fused with him. As he was now Antigonus, and as those Beyonder characteristics had been digested by Antigonus, his fate of losing control didn't accelerate. It maintained its previous progress. This way, Klein had once again become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, a attendant of mysteries who had digested the potion and had his fate pointed towards the outcome of losing control. At this moment, his original, main body raised his head, his eyes dark. Just being glanced at made the present Klein's thoughts instantly slow down. His body turned cold, and he almost couldn't think of resisting. The powerful will that he was very familiar with began to rise bit by bit in an attempt to influence Sapphira Castle. The Lord of the Mysteries had revived in Klein's main body. The Fool had become a great existence that had truly awakened. It matched the guesses of Tarot and the others, and it contradicted the true history. Before Klein's thoughts slowed down further, he took the initiative to cooperate with Amon and dispelled the realm of mysteries, allowing the situation inside to be connected to the outside world. He had already fooled history without any problems, just as he had thought in the beginning. As for how to end things, he never had a good idea. Based on the changes in the situation, the final plan he activated at the critical moment was, there was no way out. He would go from accommodating the Fool's uniqueness to advancing to the true Fool. In any case, this wouldn't be any worse than the previous situation. Chapter 14:17. The curtain that enveloped the Antigonus palace instantly vanished. An indescribable aura returned to reality, causing the entire astral world to shake. Outside the cracked world's barrier, the terrifying faces that couldn't be described with normal words simultaneously changed. The invisible barrier began to tremble violently, as though it would collapse inch by inch at any moment. Every continent on the planet's interior experienced an earthquake. It wasn't serious, but it was rather obvious. Above the 5 seas, waves surged as though they had encountered a sudden tidal force. In the noon sky, the crimson moon suddenly appeared. Its color became extremely rich and expanded in an exaggerated manner, as though it was hanging on the roofs of every house. Apart from that, the brown star, orange star, red star, gold star, and blue star lit up at the same time, emitting different textures of light. If one looked down from the cosmos, the entire Earth seemed to be embroiled in an invisible storm as it shook on the spot. This was a slight change brought about by the outer deities' attempt to break through the barrier. The aura emitted by the ancient palace floating in the astral world reminded them of that terrifying existence. Under the pressure, they were either furious or crazy as they attempted to prevent him from reviving. Compared to them, who were blocked outside the world, the first to react was the magic wishing lamp in the pocket of Klein's main body. The viscous golden light suddenly penetrated Amon's enhanced seal and turned into a blurry and distorted figure. It extended his arm and grabbed the Trensostal brass book into his palm. The rules that had been written previously disappeared, and a new text instantly formed. The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here. A thin grayish-white fog flashed, and a familiar text appeared in front of the rule. The following rules are invalid. Even without truly reviving and absorbing the Fool's uniqueness and 2 sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's main body, could also control Sapphira Castle and use his status to use his powers. At this moment, his existence had completed its interaction with the fog of history. Fragments of light began to distort, sometimes connecting as one, and at other times they would collapse. He was unable to completely form a piece of history. There was an irreconcilable contradiction in that period of history. In real history, Klein Moretti, who had fused with the soul of a prehistoric human, had pretended to be the Fool and formed Tarot. He became stronger 1 sequence at a time, and finally reached the level of the Fool. The present history was that Mr. Fool was a great existence who had awakened. He was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings from ancient times. He had finally awakened. At that moment, although the genie had used the Trensostal brass book to complete the nomological restriction for less than a second, it still weakened the will of the Lord of the Mysteries in Klein's main body, as though it had suffered a fatal blow. As for Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery, they had given up on interfering with Amon's avatars, as though they wanted Mr. Error to free his hands to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries. However, despite having some strength left, they didn't attempt to influence Klein's true body. All they did was continue suppressing the primordial Demoness and the hidden sage. The latter two's attacks and interference were also no longer intense, as though they were waiting for an outcome. To them, the resurrection of the Lord of the Mysteries could also achieve their goals. They could produce a pillar in the shortest amount of time. They couldn't let a fellow who hated them become the Lord of the Mysteries. In addition, the pathways they were in didn't belong to the three pathways controlled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Furthermore, they didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest with him. The Amons, who were no longer affected, immediately changed their targets and focused most of their attention on Klein's main body. Without needing anyone to explain, they clearly knew that this was their greatest threat. Without any hesitation, the Amons raised their right hands at the same time and gently clenched them, solemnly stealing the effects of eternal daylight from the target. However, the Amons didn't give up on exerting their influence on Klein. Relying on their numbers, they sent a small number of members to look at Klein, who was currently a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries and bore the identity of Antigonus. The Amon's monocle suddenly lit up. Using the authority related to Door, they moved Klein out of the real world and into the cosmos. In the vast dark universe, Klein's figure appeared before instantly thinning into a paper figurine. The paper doll first swelled up and gave birth to a paper baby. Then, it quickly decayed and turned to dust. Klein used grafting and paper figurine substitutes to block the Amon's attacks. At the same time, the other Amon succeeded in stealing the effects of eternal daylight from Klein's main body. However, in the next second, the effects of eternal daylight were stolen by the other party. This was the control the Lord of the Mysteries had over his pathway's powers. Even though he hadn't truly resurrected and had only begun the process, the Amon's eyes flickered slightly as they immediately gave up on Klein and focused on three matters. Most of them continued to steal the eternal daytime effects that had been bestowed to resist the Lord of the Mysteries. A small number of them locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, and steal his eternal slumber state. In addition, all the Amons removed the strengthening effects of the seal and even weakened it to a certain extent. Klein, who was no longer being attacked by the Amons, didn't counterattack either. His attention was also focused on his main body. The awakened Lord of the Mysteries was the biggest problem. In an instant, an illusory mark appeared at Klein's glabella. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin grayish-white fog. Klein began to vie for control of Sapphira Castle with the Lord of the Mysteries, so as to prevent him from using his status to use his powers. And before the Lord of the Mysteries truly resurrected and accommodated the Fool's uniqueness and the corresponding Beyonder characteristic, it could effectively reduce his strength, increasing the failure rate of many of his operations and making the effects significantly worse. With his participation and his control over Sapphira Castle, the fooling effect of the Trensostal Brass Book immediately weakened. The success rate of the Amon's theft also increased. Almost at the same time, in the forsaken land of the gods, at the feet of the ancient sun's gigantic figure of light, on the surface of the sea that contained all colors, words written in the most ancient language quickly appeared. The Lord of the Mysteries' resurrection failed due to various interference. As these words formed, as Klein fought for control of Sapphira Castle, the Amons once again stole the effects of eternal daylight that were attached to the Lord of the Mysteries. On the other side, they had also stolen Antigonus's state of eternal slumber. Without any hesitation, the almonds transferred the state of eternal slumber to Klein's main body and to the Lord of the Mysteries. The ancient existence's awakened aura immediately fell silent, but it quickly rebounded. At this moment, the corresponding text on the weakened Tren Sostal brass book took form again. The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here. Suddenly, the terrifying will in Klein's main body rapidly weakened, producing a strong tendency to fall back into a deep slumber. However, this will was so powerful that even a long period of time couldn't completely wear it down. Under the two restrictions, it was still tenaciously growing and recovering bit by bit. It also attempted to use tampering and fooling to resolve its current predicament. Klein sensed that the other party was using the power of Sapphira Castle. He immediately focused and interfered. At the same time, the Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, slightly relaxed her control over Amon's true body. She pulled back the golden bird-shaped accessory and aimed its head downward. Inside the bronze eyeball of the golden bird-shaped accessory, illusory layers of doors surged out, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fall onto Klein's main body in the ancient palace. This was a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness. While the Evernight goddess was doing this, Amon's true body's attempt to open the door to escape slowed down. The drop of water fell extremely quickly. The natural barrier created by Earth Mother and the civilization painting presented by the god of steam and machinery shrank a little at the same time, making way for it. But the water from the river of eternal darkness accurately dripped onto the head of Klein's main body and silently drilled in. The aura of the Lord of the Mysteries, which was slowly growing, immediately fell back. It lost its fluctuations and fell into an eternal slumber again. However, this state was very unstable, as though it could be broken at any moment. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's empty hand pulled out a huge sword from the void. The surface of the sword was covered in an orange-red glow, emitting the aura of dusk and the decay of all things. This was the symbol of a twilight giant. The Evernight goddess's arm, which was covered in pitch-black short hair, spread out and slashed the exaggerated sword downwards. She had always had strength left, as though she was preparing for this moment. Amidst the strange sound of the void cracking and decaying, the longsword covered in the glow of dusk slashed through the dome of the Antigonus Palace, causing the hanging corpses to fall to the ground. Right on the heels of that, it slashed at Klein's main body, which had yet to escape its eternal slumber. The portion of the Lord of the Mysteries' awakened will rapidly dissipated, and the body also declined uncontrollably and collapsed. Even the fool's uniqueness on his face and the two sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics in his body collapsed and gathered together. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't think at all. According to the plan, he used Sapphira Castle and pulled down a quarter of the fog of history to contain the blob. Amidst the grayish-white fog, the fool's uniqueness and the beyonder characteristics completely fused together. They crazily absorbed the fog of history around them, turning into a dark and deep liquid that didn't have a fixed form. The blob of liquid stretched and changed, as though it was about to form a strange, translucent cloak with a hood, or a person whose organs and flesh had been dug out. The fool's potion. The almonds extended their right hands at the same time and stole the potion. Chapter 14:18. More than 1,000 almonds had stolen. With their numbers, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, there would always be a few who succeeded. Furthermore, the blob of the fool potion was ownerless, so stealing it wasn't difficult at all. At the same time as stealing, the almonds also removed a certain seal on themselves, allowing the beyonder characteristics of the apprentice and marauder to reveal their ability to converge. This was rather effective against the fool potion. It could greatly increase the success rate of the almonds stealing. However, all the almonds failed in the end. This was because a new rule had appeared in the Tren Sostal brass book. Theft is not allowed here. Previously, in order to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries, the Amans had weakened all the seals here, helping the Trans-Sostal Brass Book escape from fooling. It could set up some rules that were effective for a short period of time in a repeated cycle. And now, this affected them. Seizing this opportunity, the illusory brand between Klein's eyebrows became even more obvious. Around him, a thin grayish-white fog interweaved, forming a thin cocoon. He activated Sapphira Castle with all his might, and together with his attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic, he created an extremely powerful convergence effect on the Fool Potion. The black liquid that didn't have a fixed shape was like a wild beast that had finally seen food after a long period of hunger. It pounced onto Klein. It constantly stretched and changed, like a translucent piece of human skin, completely wrapping Klein inside. Klein's face protruded under the layer of liquid. His facial features were sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, sometimes distorted, and sometimes blank. In the forsaken land of the gods, under the gigantic shadow formed by the ancient sun deity, on the surface of the illusory sea that contained all colors and possibilities, another sentence written in the most ancient language rapidly took form. Antigonus's efforts to advance to the Fool ultimately failed due to various reasons. The reason why this existence who once dominated the entire planet didn't use the name Klein Moretti was because he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus. If the former was the subject of the sentence, Klein could completely ignore it. What did the failure of Klein Moretti's advancement have to do with Antigonus becoming the Fool? And when the subject became Antigonus, this sentence that seemed like a prophecy, an arrangement, and a reason was given after determining the outcome could make the situation very grim. If Klein didn't give up Antigonus's identity and fate, he would be restricted by this sentence. If he were to abandon Antigonus's identity and fate, then the sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics in his body would no longer truly belong to him. They hadn't been digested, they were beyonder characteristics that Antigonus had once controlled. At present, they had nothing to do with Klein Moretti. He had only forcefully devoured them. Under such circumstances, even if there weren't any other factors, just the undigested beyonder characteristics would likely cause Klein to lose control on the spot. And there was no doubt that consuming the Fool Potion in such a state to complete the advancement ritual would be impossible. When the ancient sun deity wrote this sentence, the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom in the astral world sensed something. They each launched their most violent counterattacks in an attempt to interfere with each other's actions. However, even though he had diverted most of his energy to restrain the three true deities, and even though it was rather difficult, the ancient sun deity still quickly completed his sentence. However, the gigantic shadow, his incarnation clearly dimmed a lot, as though he couldn't maintain it for much longer. In the astral world, in the floating ancient palace, the battle between Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery against the primordial Demoness and the hidden sage became intense again. However, the former two were still able to divert a certain amount of strength to exert their influence on the Amon's avatars, preventing them from destroying Klein's advancement ritual. The Amons were forced to blink everywhere, but there were still a number of them who turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A number of them collapsed into words and were imprinted into illusory book. Apart from this, a large number of them were strengthening the seal to restrict the Trans-Sostal Brass Book, preventing the rules it set from taking effect or only having a momentary effect. Under the influence of these three aspects, even with the number of Amons, it seemed like there wasn't enough. But even so, a small number of them still seized the opportunity to make the crystal monocle and similar circular symbol reflect Klein's figure. In the next second, the monocle and circular symbol emitted a pure light. This wasn't stealing, but returning. At this moment, the Amons chose to return to Klein what they had stolen from him. That was Klein's suicidal thoughts. Back when Klein was captured by Amon in the forsaken land of the gods, he had tried to commit suicide many times, but he failed. The corresponding thoughts had been stolen by him. At the critical moment of his advancement, once he had the thought of committing suicide, the outcome was obvious. At that moment Klein, who was tightly enveloped by the blob of the Fool Potion, felt his thoughts turn chaotic as they scattered. He felt the surface of his body turn ice-cold as the sticky liquid slowly seeped into him. Then, he had suicidal thoughts and the thought of giving up. This was a change that Klein hadn't expected at all. He had long forgotten that his suicidal thoughts had been stolen by Amon. Furthermore, he didn't expect that not only did he not casually throw them away, he had seriously preserved them. If it were in the past or at any other moment, although such thoughts were intense, he could still rely on his self-control to resist them to a certain extent. He could forcefully suppress such thoughts and wait for them to dissipate on their own, just like how he faced other bad thoughts. But now, he was in the midst of an advancement ritual and was being affected by the potion. His mind had lost its stability, and there was no way for him to effectively suppress his suicidal thoughts. The Amons always had all sorts of strange but effective methods. Fortunately, Klein wasn't only Klein, but also Antigonus. What did Klein Moretti's suicidal thoughts have to do with Antigonus? Relying on the knowledge brought about by this identity, Klein didn't immediately give up and end his life. He pulled the Antigonus mental imprint in his body and mixed it with his suicidal thoughts, barely suppressing them. Under such a balance, Klein's mind and body were further corroded by the Fool Potion. His thoughts were the same as when he advanced to the Attendant of Mysteries. They completely dispersed. However, the difference was that he didn't fuse with the spirit world this time. Instead, he kept extending, enveloping the entire planet, the entire spirit world, and a portion of the astral world like a gas. At that moment, Klein felt that he was in different believers' bodies, in every human's body, in all sorts of animals' bodies, and in all living things. Everything had godhood. At the same time, he was still scattered in the fog of history. He was scattered in the flowing river of light that had many tributaries. It was one, but it was also 10,000. This godhood experience made Klein's thoughts further wear down, as if all that was left was the coldness of looking down on everything. And even this coldness was slowly dissipating. Before long, Klein would completely lose himself. He would be dominated by the various mental imprints of the Fool Potion, becoming a monster in the truest sense of the word. This coincided with the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, accelerating the latter. At this moment, he felt something amiss. It was unnatural and abnormal. In the fog of history, there were a small number of fragments of light that were distorted and unable to reassemble. There seemed to be a fundamental contradiction between them. They gradually separated. They had to record different contents in different branches, allowing the distortion to receive a preliminary recovery. Klein's psyche, which had fused with everything, popped out a little due to this incongruity and unnaturalness, allowing him to regain a little bit of his self-awareness. With this bit of self-awareness as the core, he quickly gathered his scattered psyche and guided the process of the Fool Potion fusing with his body. However, at this moment, the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy came ahead of time due to the ancient sun god's prophecy. Klein's body collapsed once again, unable to withstand the Fool Potion. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Klein immediately removed a portion of the theft effects and returned Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness to its original owner. He allowed Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, to slowly open his eyes. Antigonus, who had a blank look on his face, gradually became clear-headed. He didn't immediately lose control because the main reason for his madness was that the will of the Lord of the Mysteries had awakened to a relatively large extent. And now, the fool's uniqueness and most of the beyonder characteristics that carried that portion of will were no longer in his body. Therefore, Antigonus could use his will to resist the madness and try his best to redeem the fate of losing control. The ancient sun god's prophecy had thus come true. Antigonus had indeed failed to advance to sequence 0 the fool. And after Klein lost his identity, the sequence 9 to 1 seer pathway beyonder characteristics in his body had become the ones that hadn't been digested. This made him on the brink of losing control. The fool potion that enveloped his body like a cloak immediately completed its infiltration. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was awakened once again. Give up, leave everything to me, this time I won't accept any other Sapphira. I won't help the living beings you want to protect, but I won't harm them either. This isn't me keeping my promise, but they are too weak. They aren't worthy of my attention. This will be a forbidden ground for the outer deities. The unfamiliar yet familiar ravings echoed in Klein's heart, making him want to give up. And the suicidal thoughts that had been suppressed by Antigonus's mental imprint surfaced once again after losing the former's balance. The outcome of the advancement failure was about to appear. At this moment, the ever-night goddess, who was powerless to cleave down the great sword of dusk, suddenly gave up control of Amon's true body. Amon's true body leaped out, and as his avatars waited for Klein's ritual to fail, the goddess once again dragged the exaggerated sword that was covered in orange-red light. This time, the target was Klein. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he was controlled by the thought of suicide. He didn't make any attempt to resist. With a poof, he was struck by the sword that symbolized the dusk, shattering into a pool of rotten flesh as beyonder characteristics seeped out. Klein was dead. He was killed by the Evernight goddess before the Amons could take any measures against him, and before the ritual failed and he completely lost control. In the next second, the Evernight goddess wore the golden bird-shaped accessory on her head. Her body expanded and enveloped the entire ancient palace, causing Amon's true body, avatars, Earth Mother, the primordial Demoness, the god of steam and machinery, the hidden sage, and Antigonus to be instantly erased like sketches by an eraser. Concealment. The ancient sun god seemed to understand what the Evernight goddess wanted to do, but he had already made 2 prophecies, so he couldn't write a third sentence no matter what. As for the 3 true deities, the Lord of Storms, he continued their previous outburst, firmly holding him. In the next second, a miracle happened. Klein returned from the fog of history. The fool's uniqueness and 3 sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics that belonged to him rapidly returned to his body. Jeannie, who was afraid that he would be disturbed, hurriedly used the Trend-Sostal brass book to add a rule. This place is suitable for the return of beyonder characteristics. Suddenly, Klein returned to the state when he drank the fool's potion. But unlike before, the pillar of his body was the sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics that belonged to Antigonus. It hadn't been digested, and now, the first thing that returned to him was undoubtedly the sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics that had once belonged to him. This way, he would have a true pillar that could accommodate the fool's uniqueness and the remaining characteristic. Klein was now equivalent to himself when he had just arrived at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He was a version of himself who had digested the Attendant of Mysteries potion and could attempt to advance to sequence 0 the fool. Relying on resurrection after dying once, Klein had completely reversed his condition. This was the inspiration he had obtained from Roselle's resurrection. Of course, the entire process was different from the Black Emperor's resurrection. Klein had originally arranged for the character to kill him to be Jeannie, but he never expected the Evernight goddess, who hadn't communicated with him beforehand, to have such tacit understanding. In an instant, his body split apart, turning into a thin gray fog and a dark liquid. The gray fog and black liquid fused as dense maggots appeared on the surface. Then, they intertwined to form a translucent, dark-colored cloak. Under the cloak, there was no body. It was dark. This process was very short, less than 2 seconds, and the Evernight goddess's act of concealing so many deities at once clearly couldn't be maintained for long. In the blink of an eye, a door of light appeared on the surface of the concealed world. The door suddenly opened, and Amon's true body, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, leaped out. At the same time, he saw an illusory mask with blank facial features appear under the translucent, dark-colored cloak. As the mask instantly outlined Klein's appearance, which was a combination of German Sparrow's characteristics, the Amon's thoughts turned chaotic, as though their intelligence had been forcefully lowered. The Fool was born. Chapter 14:19. In the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside the White Tower. After Luca Brewster, who was trapped underground, finished his prayer, he focused his attention back on strengthening the seal itself. He wanted to study the situation and see if he could crack the secrets contained within so that he could invent some mystic technique. As he went down level by level, he checked one sealed artifact after another. Luca was suddenly stunned as he stopped in his tracks. His expression turned rather confused, unsure if he should take a step forward with his left foot or right foot. This seemed to be a very profound question that wasn't easy to understand. In the southern continent, beside a cathedral belonging to the Evernight goddess, Leonard picked up the coffee that was ground from the local specialty coffee beans and wanted to take a sip. During this process, his thoughts unconsciously turned to the tightly shut doors and windows and the bright sky. He wanted to figure out what had happened. However, he couldn't leave the room and was sealed inside. As for Old Man Pallas Zoroast, he fell into a strange silence and didn't answer his question. Fortunately, there wasn't any additional danger, so Leonard could still sit in his seat with peace of mind, using his thoughts to replace his actions. After an unknown period of time, he looked down at the coffee that had been placed on the table again. What did I want to do? In the hidden biome city in the Rorstad archipelago, Donnez didn't notice the changes in his environment as he seriously fiddled with the telegraph that was connected to his room. The Golden Dream had recently arrived in the Sonia Sea and stopped at a port with a telegraph. Donnez wanted to warmly invite them to Biome as guests to witness the dignity of the Oracle. If possible, he wished that the Golden Dream could use Biome as its home port. This way, he could return to the ship at any time to participate in adventures and search for treasures. At the same time, he could also choose to listen to the captain's lectures. As a genius who was well-rounded, Donnez undoubtedly grasped all the knowledge and techniques of sending telegrams. At that moment, he was sitting in front of the machine, his fingers rapidly moving as he sent out the words he had in mind. In the beginning, his thoughts were clear and his words were appropriate, so he was a little smug. Gradually, his eyes went blank and his hands didn't stop moving. It was as if he was controlling the machine by instinct. After the telegram was sent, Donnez exhaled, picked up his glass, and gulped down a mouthful of beer. It's faster than I expected. Even if I lose my job in the future, I can go to the telegraph office and find a job with a good salary. Donnez thought with a little pride and a little concern. He casually picked up the telegram draft and recalled the process of sending it. His expression gradually became strange. What did I do in the end? Donnez couldn't help but mutter. It seems probable that he ended in a telegram, in which he ridiculed the mate, the second mate, Tin Skin, and Bucket, and made a passionate confession to the captain. It's over, it's over. How could I say what's on my mind? Donnez's face turned pale. He suspected that he had been controlled by the magic potion and that he had not thought through what he had written. He hurriedly wrote another telegram to express that the content had nothing to do with him. It was all a product of Anderson's deliberate mischief and pranks. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss outside. The sky was gray without a single cloud. In the astral world, the existences and items that had been concealed by the Evernight goddess broke through the restrictions in a certain order and returned to reality. And like Amon's true body, they appeared a little sluggish and didn't react immediately. In addition, the Evernight goddess also stopped in midair in confusion, as though she hadn't thought of what to do next. However, her instinct was to first protect herself. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, who had been confined to their respective divine kingdoms by the thick prism-like spots of light, also experienced certain changes. The intensity of their counterattacks had clearly decreased, giving people the feeling that they were beginning to doubt themselves, unsure if the person in front of them was an enemy. The genie threw down the Trans-Sostal brass book and returned to the magic wishing lamp. He seemed to have gone all out and had no choice but to shrink back into the seal, but he also seemed to recall something and subconsciously dodged. Antigonus, who had just regained his self-awareness and lucidity, became confused once again. His face seemed to be filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What's happening around me? In the forsaken land of the gods, the ancient sun god, who had dimmed a lot, sighed softly and spoke again. Let there be light. The light in the astral world brightened as it pierced into the eyes of Amon's true body, avatars, primordial demonis, hidden sage, and other existences. They immediately regained their senses. They seized the time and made different responses. The torrent of information suddenly dispersed and fused into the various symbols around them, instantly disappearing. The black, python-like tentacles with the eyeballs on them quickly retracted, and no one knew where they had gone. Amon's true body glanced at the newly advanced Klein and gave up the opportunity to exert his influence while he was in an unstable state. He raised his hand and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. His figure split apart, turning into one illusory door after another. These doors opened and closed at the same time, making it impossible for the Evernight goddess and the other existences to figure out where Amon's true body had left from. When Amon's true body left, his avatars faded and strangely disappeared. This was a loophole that made Amon's true body leaving the same as Amon leaving. At the same time, the gigantic light figure that the ancient sun god had expanded into shrank and collapsed, turning back into Adam, who was carrying a thick shadow. Beneath the feet of this visionary, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities instantly dissipated, as though it had returned underground. Looking up at the astral world, Adam returned to the back of the shadow curtain through the rift. His fusion with the true Creator had only just begun, and it wasn't over yet. The attempt to advance to a great old one was actually rather forceful and risky. This would cause their subsequent progress to slow down significantly. In the astral world, as the battle subsided, the natural barrier formed by the paintings of civilization and all kinds of plants, along with the illusory crimson moon, faded away one after another, returning to an unknown location. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom first shattered the thick spots of light outside the divine kingdom before quieting down. Just like before, they continued blocking the cracks in the world's barrier. The Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, put away the pitch-black coffin, the twilight sword, the bird-shaped golden accessory, and the 4 arms and cast her gaze downwards. After the translucent, dark-colored cloak protruded from the mask, it transformed into Klein's body. Klein pressed down on the faintly discernible mask on his face with one hand and placed his other hand on his abdomen. His back was slightly arched, as though he was enduring an indescribable pain. Just as he raised his head and looked at the Evernight goddess's face that was covered by a thin black veil, a pitch-black cloak appeared outside his body. Beneath the cloak, slippery and sinister tentacles extended out. After becoming the fool, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body had undoubtedly awakened further. The crazy ravings and roars constantly echoed in Klein's ears, tearing at his mind, letting him know that this would be the norm in the future. There was no way to kill the Lord of the Mysteries. Even if his will would be slowly worn down by time, his spirit would remain eternal. He could seize Klein's body at any time and completely revive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just killed the will of the Lord of the Mysteries, making the awakened him weaker than Klein had expected, Klein suspected that he might not have been able to hold on. He could only watch helplessly as his body collapsed and he became another existence. Of course, he could still request the Evernight Goddess's help by giving him a drop of the river of eternal darkness's water. However, this was definitely not a long-term solution. It could only stall for time. He eventually had to face it. Relying on his consciousness and anchors, Klein balanced the celestial worthy's will in his body. At that moment, he didn't have the ability to speak. The Evernight Goddess, who was floating above, nodded slightly. What you need the most now is stability. With that said, her figure was wiped away inch by inch as she returned to the divine kingdom in the astral world. Klein turned his head to look at the still confused Antigonus. With a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle. Antigonus sat on a huge stone chair in the half-collapsed palace. He felt like he had been dreaming for a very, very long time. Inside Sapphira Castle, Klein sat in the fool's seat and focused on stabilizing his mental state. Just like before he stabilized, he couldn't seek treatment from a psychiatrist unless he visited Visionary Adam. However, that would very likely make him even crazier. After stabilizing a little, Klein quickly checked the authority he had obtained. It was called Fooling. Not only did it contain the authority of history, time, fate, change, and concealment, but it was also a symbol of blind stupidity in the mind domain. The simplest application was to lower an enemy's intelligence. Just as Klein was about to do further research, his spiritual perception was triggered. Who invaded Sapphira Castle? And only when the other party succeeded in invading did Klein receive a notification. Klein suddenly raised his head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table. He saw that the grayish-white fog had formed a door at some point in time. A figure wearing a pointed hat, a monocle, and a classic black robe walked out. Amon. Mr. Error's eyes were tinged with darkness, and his smile appeared a little crazy. He leisurely looked around, nudged his monocle, and smiled. Surprised. Klein wanted to mobilize Sapphira Castle and expel the other party, but he realized that Amon had gained control of Sapphira Castle at some point in time. Amon cast his gaze at him, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He chuckled. And said, I released the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in my body. He is the owner of Sapphira Castle, which means that I'm also the owner of Sapphira Castle. Of course, I can enter. This is very risky. Even I didn't dare to try it in the past, but since you've grown to this extent, I have no choice but to take the risk. This is very exciting, and the effects aren't bad. As he spoke, slippery and evil tentacles shot out from under Amon's clothes. He took the initiative to revive a portion of the Lord of the Mysteries, causing he to fall into a half-crazy state. P.S. There will be an additional update tomorrow as a form of thanks to everyone. Chapter 1420. As Amon spoke, Klein appeared to be listening, but in fact, he had already attempted to leave Sapphira Castle. This wasn't because he wanted to give up or surrender, nor was it because he was too timid. He subconsciously considered dodging, but because he believed that this was the best solution in the current situation. If he stayed in Sapphira Castle, Klein would face three major problems. Firstly, he had just advanced to the Fool, and his condition was extremely unstable. He had to divert most of his attention to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Secondly, he was unable to obtain the help of his allies, so he could only fight alone. Thirdly, with everyone being able to affect Sapphira Castle, even if Klein wanted to have a higher level of control over the Sapphira than Amon, he wouldn't be able to display an overwhelming advantage. It might even be because Amon was good at using loopholes to create bugs, making it difficult for him to use Sapphira Castle well and reach the same level as him. This way, even if the sequence 0 the Fool didn't have a 100% chance of failure against the half-crazy Error and Door dual pathway True Gods, the chances of victory were extremely slim. And after seizing the opportunity and leaving Sapphira Castle, Klein would immediately obtain the help of his allies to reverse the situation on both sides. If Amon chased after him, Klein would interfere with his return to Sapphira Castle, forcing him to face his allies. At that time, the primordial Demonis definitely wouldn't take action again. The ancient sun god might not be able to reproduce the might of half a great old one in a short period of time. The 6 orthodox gods led by the Evernight goddess were enough to deal with Amon. Even if Amon, who had grasped all the authorities in the domains of Error and Door, wasn't easy to kill, the orthodox gods would definitely be able to weaken him and seal him. Once Klein stabilized his mental state and deepened his control over Sapphira Castle, they could target him and kill him. Such a process was almost irreversible. Even if the ancient sun god could still unleash his previous level, and strength, there was no way to change it. His limit seemed to be to simultaneously suppress 3 orthodox gods, and this didn't include the Evernight goddess. Of course, there was no doubt that the outer deities weren't willing to see the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. Once such a situation occurred, they would definitely do their best to interfere and prevent Amon from dying. However, before the world's barrier collapsed, the influence they could exert was rather limited. They might not be of much use. Just like before, Klein believed that the combined strength of the dark side of the universe and the chained god was inferior to that of the hidden sage. Even if the outer deities really affected the situation, Klein wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. After all, those existences wouldn't allow Amon to kill him. He could calmly find a place to hide and stabilize his mental state. When he was ready, he could make a new plan. The Evernight goddess's Foggy Town was a very good choice. If Amon didn't chase after them and remained inside Sapphira Castle, Klein could use his identity as Sapphira Castle's owner and his control over the various matters inside to prevent Amon from doing anything in Sapphira Castle. Even if he wanted to use the Crimson Star to deal with the Tarot members, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In short, it would be very difficult for them to make better use of Sapphira Castle, but it was absolutely simple to destroy the other party's attempts. In such a stalemate, Klein had the time to stabilize his mental state and deepen his control over Sapphira Castle, slowly reversing the situation. In the end, Amon could either escape or hide, or allow the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to completely revive and die with Klein. Therefore, although he didn't have the time to analyze the pros and cons, Klein quickly came to a conclusion. Leaving Sapphira Castle was the best choice. However, just as his consciousness sank to the edge of Sapphira Castle, he saw a crystal monocle. This item appeared in time and destroyed Klein's escape. Do you think I'll leave such an obvious loophole? Of course, you can also stop me from leaving Sapphira Castle at any time. Amon curved his right index finger and smiled as he pressed it against the bottom of the monocle. Behind the chair he was sitting on, the symbols outlined by the resplendent light rapidly changed. At times, they were a mixture of parasitism, time, and fate, and at other times, they were layers of doors. These 2 different symbols alternated, making it impossible for him to truly be fixed. Klein didn't listen to what Amon said. As soon as his escape failed, he created the true realm of mysteries, the complete divine kingdom of the Fool. In front of Amon, the light instantly changed, bringing with it the disappearance of the magnificent palace, the long mottled table, and the gorgeous high-back chair, bringing with it the appearance of an ancient castle. Amon didn't know what the ancient castle looked like. This was because he was standing in a corridor inside the castle. He could only sense the various changes in Sapphira Castle and see a limited scene within his field of vision. This corridor was abnormally gloomy and dark. There seemed to be no end to both ends. Every very long distance, there would be an elegant silver candlestick. On the candlestick, the light was dim and yellow. On both sides of the corridor, there were tightly shut dark red wooden doors that seemed to lead to different rooms. There was no sound in any of the rooms. It was unknown what was hidden in each room. Amon casually swept a glance and smiled with great interest. Interesting. As the most powerful cryptologist, he naturally knew that this was a divine kingdom, and it was the kind of divine kingdom that couldn't be destroyed with brute force. This was because every door was reconstructed with a different object. It was unknown what effects would be triggered by forcefully breaking it. Amon didn't underestimate the abilities and intelligence of a Sequence Zero fool. He didn't plan on experiencing too many surprises and accidents. However, when the rules of the Divine Kingdom were fixed, the owner of the Divine Kingdom would also be restricted to a certain extent. To put it simply, Klein was definitely in one of the rooms. It couldn't be anywhere else. After obtaining benefits, he had to bear the corresponding responsibility. He wants to use this method to stall for time and stabilize his mental state? Amon whispered to someone. Then, wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, he walked to the nearest dark red wooden door. There were no holes on the wooden door, preventing anyone from seeing the exact situation inside. In other words, without opening the door, it was very difficult for Amon to know if Klein was here. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Amon stretched out his right hand and drew a vertical rectangle on the dark red wooden door. Inside the rectangle, specks of starlight emitted before turning transparent, revealing the scene in the room. Amon relied on the authority of door and the powers of a bug to forcefully open a window on the door without triggering the effects. Following that, he cast his gaze inside the room. There were no tables, chairs, carpets, or other furniture inside. Instead, there was a blue sea. Sure enough, this door has been combined with the sea outside. Amon smiled, not surprised at all. Once he twisted the door, he would directly leave Sapphira Castle and appear in the sea. And at that time, with Klein being on guard, it would be almost impossible for him to enter Sapphira Castle again. It was just like how Klein couldn't leave Sapphira Castle now. This was the reason why Amon didn't forcefully destroy the fool's divine kingdom. Instead, he opened the door one by one. Destruction would result in similar, repetitive effects that would affect Amon over and over again. No matter how many loopholes there were to be used, he couldn't be completely immune. Retracting his gaze, Amon walked to the room opposite him and opened a window on the door according to the method he had just used. However, this time it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see anything. Amon raised his hand and pinched the edges of the monocle before coughing softly. His figure immediately split into two. The number of Amon increased. The Amon that had been separated looked at Amon, who was standing at his original spot, and clicked his tongue. "Why don't you seek excitement yourself?" As he spoke, Amon reached out his right palm and grabbed the handle of the dark red wooden door. Just as he moved, his expression suddenly turned blank. He sat straight down as though he had lost the ability to think. Fooling effect. Amon, who was standing on the spot, nodded slightly. The already foolish Amon immediately collapsed, turning into a 12-ringed transparent worm. Bit by bit, Beyonder characteristics seeped out and returned to Amon's body. He relied on the loopholes to avoid the negative effects of his avatar on his true body. When all the Beyonder characteristics returned, Amon released a ball of flames that he had stolen and burned the worm of Time's corpse. After slowly doing this, he raised his head and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal monocle, countless symbols, patterns, and labels appeared. They quickly swam, intertwined, reorganized, or changed, as though he was calculating something. This was the combination of a cryptologist's decryption ability and the key of Star's locator authority. Amon's 2 attempts were mainly to gather information and grasp the rules in preparation for cracking the secrets of the Fool's divine kingdom. Soon, the symbols, patterns, and labels formed a scene on the monocle. Behind a dark red wooden door, Klein, who had a few slippery tentacles extending out from his body, sat on a high-backed chair, calmly watching the entrance. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up. With a flash, he appeared in the room. However, everything in front of him suddenly collapsed. The Klein with the Fool's aura quickly thinned and turned into a card. On the card, Roselle Gustave wore a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes. He carried a cane and luggage, his eyes filled with longing. The Fool card. The Fool card from the card of blasphemy. Klein knew that it was impossible to deceive a top swindler like Amon just by relying on paper figurine substitutes, even with the fooling effect and the grafting of his true aura. Therefore, he used the Fool card, which had the corresponding aggregation ability, as a paper figurine. Although Sapphira Castle couldn't be used again, this was Klein's home turf after all. There was his junk pile, the various items he had gathered, and the newly obtained Tren Sostal brass book and the borrowed magic wishing lamp. P.S. There will be an update at 7 p.m. Chapter 1421. As Klein turned into the Fool card in front of Amon, the entire room shrank, revealing its original appearance. It was a slightly corroded iron cigar case that had fused with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Klein's figure appeared out of thin air. As the Fool's divine kingdom collapsed and the magnificent palace reappeared, he grabbed the container that contained the Fool card and Amon's true body and suddenly closed it. He didn't have the extravagant hopes of using such an item to seal Amon, who wielded the authority of the door pathway. He only wanted to buy some time and find an opportunity to throw Amon out of Sapphira Castle to regain the initiative. But at this moment Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, stopped moving. He took out a crystal monocle from the void with his other hand and moved it towards his right eye. Behind him, Amon, who was wearing a pointed bonnet and a classic black robe, quickly appeared. His eyes were slightly dark and he laughed maniacally. "When did you have the illusion that I didn't use an avatar?" Before he could finish his sentence, the parasitized Klein's figure rapidly thinned, turning into a crudely cut paper figurine. Klein was cautious. He similarly didn't use his true body, relying on the paper figurine substitute that had spirit body threads grafted onto it. He knew very well that in a battle with Amon, he would rather give up the opportunity than make a mistake. Once he made a mistake, it would be difficult to reverse the situation under the suppression of a bug. Amon didn't seem to be an exception to the situation of his prey turning into a paper figurine. He only raised his hand and gently touched the crystal monocle. On the other end of the magnificent palace, Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat, walked out of the concealment that came with the Fool. He raised his right hand heavily and took out a crystal monocle from the void with great difficulty. Bit by bit, he moved it towards his right eye. During this process, Klein's expression was filled with resistance. It was rather distorted, as though he couldn't control his hand. Amon smiled in a half-crazy, half-uncontrollable, half-leisurely manner. "You can use a paper figurine to replace yourself, and a paper figurine can also replace you. It being parasitized is equivalent to you being parasitized. Everything is relative and there are loopholes. There is no beyonder power that can't be cracked. It can be used in any situation." He used the connection between the paper figurine substitutes and he took the initiative to create a bug. Although Amon appeared to be unable to control his desire to speak due to his half-crazed state, this did not affect him from fully corrupting Klein and strengthening parasitism bit by bit, allowing him to truly wear a monocle and become him. At this moment, Klein's body suddenly collapsed, voluntarily collapsing. He split into countless transparent and twisted worms, swimming in all directions. Among these worms of spirit, there were a few worms of time with 12 rings mixed in. Strictly speaking, even tiny creatures like the worms of spirit could be forcefully parasitized by Amon's worms of time. However, when Klein was splitting, he had taken the initiative to use the authority of fooling to mix up time and fooling the few worms of time, making them split at the very end. They didn't keep up with the main group and failed to find a target for parasitism. In the next second, the scene in Sapphira Castle changed again. Klein once again used the realm of mysteries to create a new divine kingdom of the fool. Amon instantly found himself in a room. There was a thick, pale yellow carpet and a crystal chandelier hung from it. There was a door on every wall that led to an unknown place. At the same time, there were oil paintings depicting various eyes hanging on the 4 walls. Without any special examination, Amon only needed a glance to know that the 4 doors corresponded to different effects. The main purpose was to delay his actions and create enough time for subsequent preparations. The corners of Mr. Error's mouth curled up slightly as he cast his gaze to his feet. He then extended his right fist and spread his fingers. An illusory door immediately appeared on the thick, pale yellow carpet. The door quickly swam for a second before fixing itself and silently opening. However, with the opening of the illusory door, the doors around the room strangely formed a connection as they creaked and opened. Almost at the same time, in the pitch-black wilderness, in a shadowy tower that seemed to lead to the sky, Klein was holding the magic wishing lamp and removing the fooling effect of the Trend-Sostal brass book. The wick of the magic wishing lamp lit up, spewing out a viscous, pale golden light. This light then formed a distorted and blurry figure. Klein didn't consider making a wish to the genie and transferring the number of wishes Bernadette carried to him, as well as changing the ownership of the magic wishing lamp. This was because there was only one outcome. He would die on the spot and rely on the powers of a miracle invoker to return from the fog of history. Normally speaking, this was a good way to escape, especially since Klein could revive several times. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. Once Klein died, it would be equivalent to him temporarily giving up his identity as the owner of Sapphira Castle, making this place a paradise for the Amons, allowing them to use the Sapphira without any obstruction. Under such circumstances, Amon could fool history, interfere with fate, and suppress Klein's revival, making him truly die. The thing that could restrain a Beyonder the most was definitely a Beyonder of the same pathway that was at a higher level than him. Therefore, Klein's current plan was to use the genie's status to make better use of the Trend-Sostal brass book. If it wasn't for the genie's influence, the rules set by the Trend-Sostal brass book definitely wouldn't be biased towards Klein. It would only indiscriminately restrict all existences apart from himself. As the genie's blurry golden figure took form, the Trend-Sostal brass book quickly flipped to the second half of the book that could be written with the sound of metal clashing. Without any pause, a new text appeared on the brass page. Theft is prohibited here. According to Klein's thoughts, the most suitable clause should be theft is prohibited here. This was because the former clause was of a legal nature. If anyone were to steal, it couldn't be stopped in advance. It would only be punished after the matter was over. Furthermore, the first punishment for theft was definitely light, something that the Amons could completely bear. As for the latter clause, it directly restricted the occurrence of such acts, making it impossible for theft to occur. However, the Trend-Sostal brass book couldn't make such a rule at the moment. It had to wait for the clauses to be sufficiently strict and for it to awaken to a certain extent before it could do so. Previously, the genie had relied on his close relationship with the Trend-Sostal brass book to forcefully complete such a rule by relying on his high level. At that moment, He was already dispirited and unable to do such a thing. Klein could only hope to stall for as much time as possible so that the Trend-Sostal Brass Book could formulate sufficiently strict rules to deal with Amon so as to match his authority of fooling. At that moment, in the room that trapped Amon, as the illusory door on the ground opened, the surrounding real doors shook at the same time as cracks appeared. This would bring about many unknown effects. Suddenly, the sound of a bell that seemed to come from infinity sounded. At some point in time, Amon had transformed into an ancient mottled stone wall clock. On the wall clock, the second hand formed by the worm of time suddenly paused. Gong! As the bell reverberated, everything in the room fell into a strange state, including the four doors. The only exception was Amon. He had transformed back into he who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. With a smile, he calmly raised his left hand and clenched his 5 fingers. In the next second, the strange stillness was broken. The 4 real doors that were about to open closed with a bang, not leaving a single gap. Amon's figure descended and burrowed into the illusory door on the ground that wasn't closed. Just as he left the room using this method, he discovered that he had arrived in a pitch-black wilderness. In the distance, there was a shadowy tower that seemed to pierce into the sky. Inside the tower, the Trend-Sostal Brass Book in front of Klein had already formed a second rule. Fraud is prohibited here. Although Amon couldn't see this scene, he seemed to sense something. After all, a high-ranking person who took pleasure in deceiving the rules would undoubtedly be able to sense the changes in the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accurately find a loophole. He immediately raised his hand and adjusted the monocle clip to his right eye socket. On the surface of the crystal monocle, a pure white brilliance spewed out, illuminating the entire wilderness, making it impossible for any secrets to exist. This was the eternal day that he had previously given to Klein and then retrieved from Klein's main body. In such an environment, the shadowy tower melted inch by inch. Klein floated in midair, holding the magic wishing lamp in one hand and the staff of the stars in the other. In front of him was the open Trend-Sostal Brass Book. Amon took the opportunity to stretch out his right hand that had previously been holding the monocle, and from a distance, he grabbed Klein's projection in his palm. Behind him, the shadow that was dragged out by the eternal day environment became fainter and fainter as it distorted as though it had a life of its own. Silently, Amon began to steal the various beyonder powers of Klein. He didn't deliberately seek the authority of fooling, but chose to do it randomly. This could effectively increase the success rate. However, after a flash of light, what fell into his palm was only a simple paper figurine. Graft! But the shadow behind Amon was lashed by an invisible whip, but his body was unharmed. He created an error and replaced himself with a shadow. Right on the heels of that, Amon laughed as his voice echoed in Klein's ears. "Genie, I can also promise to send you back to the cosmos. Look, I wasn't punished. This means that I'm not cheating." Chapter 14:22. Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's heart sank. Before this, he wasn't worried that Amon would instigate the genie to betray him. This was because he was a top swindler. No promise he made could be trusted, and the genie had encountered the former Lord of the Mysteries. He was a victim of such matters, so he would definitely treat Mr. Error with the most offensive attitude. This was the result of a lack of credibility. Sometimes, lying, cheating, and acting shamelessly could indeed increase short-term gains, but in the long run, being honest and trustworthy would yield more. But now, the Trend-Sostal Brass Book had just set the rule that fraud is prohibited here. And Amon hadn't been punished after making the promise. At the same time, Klein and the genie didn't discover any loopholes that the other party had used in this matter. This strongly proved that Amon's words were true and effective. It came from the bottom of his heart and wasn't a fraud. The genie could even rely on his level and characteristics to distort this sentence to a certain extent, turning "I can promise" into "I promise," preventing Amon from going back on his word. Once he did, he would suffer damage from the rules of the great old ones. This made Klein wonder if the rule of "fraud is prohibited here" was secretly made by Amon through the Trend-Sostal brass book, or if the genie had done it on purpose, making all existences that could become the Lord of the Mysteries promise to send him back to the cosmos. To the genie, such a deal was guaranteed to be profitable because Klein owed him a promise. If it were any other scene, Klein would still have time to communicate with the genie and rebuild trust. But at that moment, Amon's threat was right in front of him. He wouldn't have the chance to resolve this problem. If he chose to continue believing in the genie, it would be equivalent to Klein placing his life in the hands of this outer deity, allowing him to be at his mercy. In the following battle, the genie just needed to use the Trend-Sostal brass book to set some rules that seemed fine but were actually biased towards Amon. Klein, who was already at a huge disadvantage, would quickly be defeated, unable to reverse the situation. As his thoughts raced, Klein made a choice in this gamble. A translucent, dark-colored cloak instantly appeared around him, and a strange, distorted mask covered his face. The fool! Invisible ripples spread out from his body, instantly enveloping the genie, the Trend-Sostal brass book, the entire wilderness, and Amon. The authority of blind stupidity. The monocle on Amon's true body temporarily lost its luster, as though he had lost him. It was as though he had him lose. The speed at which the Trend-Sostal brass book wrote the new rules had clearly slowed down, as though it needed 15 minutes or even a few hours to think of what rules to set next. The blurry and distorted golden figure of the genie swayed and suddenly retreated back into the kettle-like golden magic lamp. It was unknown if it was escaping from something or if it was purely an instinctive reaction. Klein took Klein to Lu as while as about himself and about about just, had Klein's schön setting, even though his intelligence had temporarily dropped, Amon seemed to remember to stop Klein from leaving Sapphira Castle. His eyes quickly regained their clarity, but his eyes were still a little black. His mouth widened bit by bit as he couldn't help but laugh. "I've written this matter into my instincts. This is a good way to resist the effects of blind stupidity." Clearly, he had deceived the rules and himself, making his instincts believe that it was what he wanted to do. Klein wasn't depressed as he immediately completed the grafting that he had long prepared. In the starry sky, a huge star that emitted light and heat suddenly dimmed a little. In the wilderness, under the effect of eternal daytime, an orange-red sun with a destructive aura and a heavy feeling descended from the sky. The entire wilderness collapsed and curled up, as though it was about to head straight for the star. At the same time, everything in the area was ignited, including Amon. In the next second, the surrounding void began to contract around the real sun. Everything either collapsed or vaporized, leaving only the magic wishing lamp and the Trend-Sostal brass book struggling to hold on in the flames without being damaged. Klein, who was floating in midair, had long disappeared. He had grafted himself with the star. Of course, he had only grafted the concept of a star, not a physical body. Otherwise, with the fool's defense that was significantly lower than most sequence zeros, with his relatively weak body, he would have been directly devoured by the real star and died on the spot. The fool was a very extreme deity. He had the ability to destroy a star, but he couldn't face it directly. The advantages and disadvantages were equally obvious. In addition, normally speaking, concepts were unable to directly affect the surrounding environment or harm enemies. It wasn't as if writing words like massive mass, gravitational force, high temperature, high heat, and fusion could create a similar effect. However, as Mr. Fool, Klein wielded the authority of fooling. he made the surrounding environment follow the concept of the star and produce a corresponding change. This was both an intense change and a form of fooling. Under the close illumination of the star, Amon's pointy hat and classic black robe was completely ignited and began to vaporize. At this moment, his figure distorted and was instantly dyed with resplendent starlight. He became extremely illusory, as though he had transformed into an astral door. At this moment, Amon no longer looked like a corporeal creature. He was closer to an amalgamation of symbols like wandering, astral passageway, key, and door. This was the ability of a planeswalker to use the astral world to travel to different planets and worlds. They could transform themselves into a symbol and effectively use the astral world. At the Sequence 0 stage of door, a similar ability would undergo a qualitative change to conceptualization. Amon had turned himself into a concept creature to avoid the damage brought by the star. Behind him, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Klein in his trench coat and top hat. Almost at the same time, Amon's thoughts slowed down a little. His spirit-body threads had been grabbed by Klein. Klein used the chaos brought about by the star to remove the combination of himself and the related concept. He secretly grafted their locations and arrived behind Amon. Originally, without the reorganization of the concept, the effects of the star on the surrounding environment would immediately stop. However, Klein had fooled time, causing the effects from the first 2 seconds to last until now, thereby fooling Amon. If it was possible, what Klein wished to do the most was to deepen his control over Amon's spirit-body threads and turn him into his marionette. However, he knew very well that under the present circumstances, the chances of success were extremely low. On the one hand, Amon could withstand the damage and steal the spirit-body threads back. On the other hand, he might be able to use the connection established through the spirit-body threads to create a bug that would affect Klein and parasitize him. Without absolute confidence, Klein didn't wish for his actions to appear rash. The main goal of grabbing Amon's spirit-body threads was to make him sluggish. This was the manifestation of the fooling authority at the marionette stage. And in Klein's present state, he was naturally more willing to choose such a low-level but effective method. This placed a lesser burden on him, and it wouldn't seriously affect his mental stability like directly using the fooling authority. At this moment, other than Amon, his enemy was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body. Of course, it was the same for Amon. If he didn't suppress his madness, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth would have already revived in his body. After causing Amon's thoughts to temporarily slow down, Klein had 3 choices. First, he could take this opportunity to leave Sapphira Castle, but he wasn't sure if Amon's instincts were still working and preventing him from escaping. Second, he could summon the projection from the historical void, but this wasn't of much use. Existences at the level of an angel could play a very small role in this battle of gods. They might not even be able to block Amon's gaze, much less their historical projections. Even if Klein wanted to use this opportunity to send a message, it lacked sufficient value. This was because other deities couldn't enter Sapphira Castle and couldn't provide any help. Third, he could take this opportunity to exert a certain amount of influence on Amon's true body. Without any hesitation, Klein chose the third plan. He wanted to take the opportunity to graft Amon and Sapphira Castle with the door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. This was because Klein felt that Amon's half-crazy state wasn't bad enough. It was just that he appeared more talkative and couldn't grasp the timing at times. He wanted to make him crazier. When Amon and Sapphira Castle completed the recombination, the celestial worthies will in his body would clearly strengthen, and his mental chaos would significantly intensify. In that case, Amon would lack sufficient rationality to restrain himself. His actions would be more instinctive and not the result of thought. To a Mr. Error who was good at deceit, this would be a fatal effect. Of course, Klein would only maintain this graft for a second. If he exceeded this limit, he might not be facing Amon, but the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When that happened, the other party would definitely accept the gift of Sapphira Castle. With the Sapphira, 2 uniquenesses, and the corresponding sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, he would beat up the sequence 0 fool of a single pathway. Originally, Klein could rely on fooling the authority to achieve the effect of lowering Amon's intelligence, but firstly, he couldn't use such power for long periods of time in his current state. Secondly, as a true god of 2 pathways and the wielder of many authorities, the effect of blind stupidity could only be maintained on him for a limited amount of time. Therefore, Klein had no choice but to take the risk of using such a graft. As for the crazy president, he would accompany Amon until he found a new balance or met the best psychiatrist. In the blink of an eye, the translucent cold mask appeared on Klein's face again. The strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors also appeared on Amon's body. Sapphira Castle. PS1. Thank you for tipping the Silver Alliance with cheese bacon seafood pasta. I'm hungry after typing this name. PS2. Today there will be a double update. There will be an update at 7 p.m. Just treat it as an additional update for April's monthly ticket. Although I might not be able to get it, I'll pay in advance first. This way you'll owe me monthly ticket. There's no rush to do it now. Double it on the 28th. If you don't get it in the end, return it to me in the next book. Chapter 1423. Amon and the strange door of light were grafted together. His face contorted in an unconcealable manner as the darkness in his eyes intensified. At the same time, more slippery tentacles appeared under his classic black robe as his madness overflowed. Just as Klein was about to sever the connection between Amon and Sapphira Castle and allow him to maintain his madness, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up. It was as if he was saying, "Congratulations, you've stepped into a trap." His face was immediately covered with a translucent mask that was similar to the fool's uniqueness, but it was even more illusory. Klein's mind tensed up. Without thinking, he immediately used the fooling authority again without any regard for the consequences. However, before he could react, his thoughts slowed down. He was in a state of stupor, at a loss for what to do. Fooling! Amon had actually used the temporary recombination of himself and Sapphira Castle to escape Klein's interference and activate the power of the fool's domain. Such actions completely exceeded his instincts, and it was more like a meticulously designed trap. Amon didn't seem to be crazy enough. This true god of the error and door pathways immediately removed the grafting of himself with Sapphira Castle, allowing the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black to quickly fade away and disappear to prevent it from being further corrupted. After dealing with this latent danger, Amon raised his hands and his thumbs and index fingers, forming an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, completely encompassing Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amon's hands suddenly split apart, as though he was tearing something, making it seem a little heavy. Amidst the sound of paper tearing, the area where Klein's body was seemed to turn into glass. Under the intense blow, countless cracks appeared as it shattered inch by inch. This was a form of spatial degradation and destruction. Klein's body was unable to withstand it. All he could do was follow the collapse and shatter of the surrounding void, turning into paper scraps that filled the sky again and again. These paper scraps were always instantly devoured by the darkness. By the time the collapse of space stopped, Klein's paper figurines were basically used up. Of course, he had also relied on his status and characteristics as the fool to forcefully escape the effects of blind stupidity. At this time, Amon had already split into countless figures. Some of them were pure clones, some were symbolic replicas, and some were afterimages left behind by constantly flashing and making movements. At this moment, the sky above Klein and the surrounding wilderness were occupied by the almonds. They were densely packed with pointy hats and monocles, blocking every loophole. Some of these almonds transformed into mottled, ancient greenish-black wall clock. Some turned into pure starlight, as though they were trying to create a cage. Some extended their palms and did different levels of theft. Some of them had a monocle that glowed as they used a variety of items that they had previously stolen. Some simulated all kinds of abilities, such as restrictions, interference, or attacks. In the Marauder pathway, theft was a core skill, one of the main symbols. It was different from the control of a seer's spirit body threads in that with the advancement of a sequence, not only would its effects and efficiency increase, but it would also obtain a deeper understanding of the concept. From sequence 9 to sequence 7, theft involved items. At sequence 6, theft involved beyonder powers. After advancing to sequence 5, theft involved thoughts and ideas. At sequence 4 and sequence 3, theft involved life, including parasitic theft at the physical level. And at sequence 2, the range of theft could be expanded to include fate, identity, self-awareness, and beyonder characteristics. As for sequence 1, even time, anchors, and authority could be stolen for a short period of time. Therefore, when error faced a true deity, it would similarly use theft that had risen to the level of authority. Amidst the clanging sound, the ancient wall clocks paused at the same time. This caused the surrounding environment to freeze, making the wilderness that had been shattered by the star strike become extremely silent. Even the destruction was frozen. At that instant, Klein seemed to lose his body. All that was left was a translucent dark-colored cloak and a strange, ice-cold mask. Under the cloak and mask, the darkness was thick. Nothing could be seen except for slippery and sinister tentacles that extended out. In such a state, Klein seemed to escape the limitations of time. In the frozen environment, he swam like a fish, passing through all kinds of real or conceptual gaps to escape the almond's encirclement. He had once again used the authority of fooling. This time, he fooled time. The ancient wall clocks disappeared one after another, and time resumed its flow in the almost completely collapsed wilderness. The almonds stopped their attempts and suddenly gathered as one. They blinked behind Klein, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. He reached out his left palm, and as his arm retracted, he clenched his 5 fingers. The space around Klein was suddenly shrouded in shadows, turning into layers of thin gauze. These gauze distorted and reassembled, as though it had formed a sufficiently strong cage that trapped Klein inside. Above the cage, an illusory door appeared and quickly swam around, refusing to stay fixed. However, Klein's figure suddenly appeared outside the cage, as though he had never been sealed by Amon's authority of door. He had fooled history, separating himself from the previous second and the next second. Thus, the one imprisoned in the cage became his historical projection. This was a deepening of the scholar of yours powers under the authority of fooling. As he relied on fooling history as an advancement ritual, Klein, as the fool, was stronger in such domains than fooling time and fooling fate. As soon as he escaped the spatial cage, Klein immediately wanted to use the realm of mysteries again to create a new divine kingdom of the fool to stall for time and find an opportunity to stabilize his mental state. He had used the authority of fooling multiple times, and the fragile balance in his body was on the verge of collapse. If he didn't stabilize his mental state as soon as possible, the will of the celestial worthy would awaken further. This was also a serious problem. At that moment, a huge crystal monocle appeared in front of him. Layers of sparkling light surged out from the monocle, instantly drowning him. Klein's mental state suddenly stabilized, but the price was that he had lost all his emotions and desires. He didn't even want to resist. All he wanted was to stand there quietly and wait for the destruction to come. This was like a normal person being injected with a large dose of sedative. At the same time, an illusory book appeared in the layers of light. The book opened and revealed a paragraph of words. Klein Moretti has been suffering the torment of the mental corruption of the Lord of the Mysteries. He has always been in pain and exhausted. After experiencing an intense battle, he has finally reached his limit due to the influence on his mind. He has decided to give up and stop resisting. Behind the huge crystal monocle, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, was quickly outlined like a mountain. He looked at Klein, who had given up resisting. His dark eyes turned lighter as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I stole it. How does it feel?" Klein looked up at Mr. Error, and after some effort, he opened his mouth and said weakly, "I'm sorry." He said weakly, "You've been cheating from the beginning?" Amon raised his hands and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, you realized it too late." He put his thumb against his thumb, and his forefinger against his forefinger, drawing an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, illuminating Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amon's hands separated heavily, tearing apart the void that Klein and the surrounding environment relied on for survival. The void was like glass, cracking piece by piece and shattering inch by inch. The tall buildings collapsed as if they were being destroyed. However, all the collapse and destruction circled around Klein's body and didn't directly affect him. He was like a small fishing boat that was sailing stably in a storm. He appeared abrupt and incongruous, as though he didn't belong here. Amon raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye socket, and the smile on his face faded a little. The translucent cloak on Klein's body constantly produced dense protrusions before calming down and disappearing. He looked at the mountain-like Amon, and his eyes seemed to darken. "From the moment you entered Sapphira Castle and said the first word, you began cheating." Back then, Amon said that he had taken the risk of releasing the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in exchange for the identity of Sapphira Castle's owner. At that moment, Amon didn't seize the opportunity to continue attacking Klein. He floated in midair and looked down at Mr. Fool. Klein similarly didn't make any other attempts. His tone was strangely calm, as though he was preparing something. "If you release the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will and enter Sapphira Castle at the price of being half crazy, Antigonus could have done it back then. The annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria could have done it earlier. You and Mr. Dorr also had countless opportunities. Clearly, there's no way to invade Sapphira Castle by simply awakening the Lord of the Mysteries to a certain extent and combining half-crazy with error. You won't be able to find a bug that can be used in this matter, unless you directly let him replace you. Only when you have the authority of Dorr that allows you to enter any place will you see hope. By creating a backdoor and using a bug, Sapphira Castle will treat you as the Lord of the Mysteries and give you authority. Of course, this definitely requires the Lord of the Mysteries to awaken to a rather dangerous level. Without this hidden identity, you won't be able to deceive Sapphira Castle. After accommodating the door's uniqueness, you didn't immediately infiltrate Sapphira Castle to deal with the weaker me back then. That's because you, who had just advanced, were completely unable to withstand the further awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will. I believe you should have found a relatively safer solution. If I hadn't advanced to the Fool so quickly, you would have been able to enter Sapphira Castle in your best condition and resolve everything. And now you have no choice but to bring forward this plan. There must be some very serious problems with you. You took the initiative to throw out the price of being half crazy. On one hand, you were luring me to think of countermeasures on this point and bury a fatal trap at a critical point. On the other hand, you were also diverting my attention and using this to cover up other problems. You're not half crazy at all. Amon quietly listened to Klein. Unusually, he didn't interrupt midway or attempt to attack. He waited for Klein to finish before he spoke with a slightly odd expression. "You're crazy. P.S. Tomorrow, the first chapter will be updated at midnight." Chapter 1424. Upon hearing Amon say, "You're crazy," Klein raised his head slightly and laughed. "I just followed your arrangements and gave up. However, it's more thorough than you imagine." As he spoke, an illusory mark appeared on his forehead, which was covered by a cold and strange mask. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. And Klein's body was also shrouded in something similar. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak on his body, more and more slippery and evil tentacles leaped out. They were densely packed and extended, occupying the nearby sky. As his dark eyes flickered, Klein looked at Amon and smiled. "To me, instead of you becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, it's better to revive the past one." After stabilizing his mental state and understanding the crux of Amon's surprise attack, Klein had the mentality of giving up, to remove the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will, allowing him to further revive. It was precisely because of this that he was able to control Sapphira Castle at the critical moment and borrow the power of error to avoid the spatial collapse created by Amon. Without waiting for Amon's response, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up into a smile. "You were able to immediately recover after being corrupted by Sapphira Castle and showing signs of madness. You can use Sapphira Castle in reverse to create the effect of blind stupidity. The reason why you weren't in a half-crazy state after releasing the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will in your body is because there's an external force helping you. You should have a very critical avatar, or even a main body like Pallas who has lowered his level. It's sleeping at Adam's place, and as a visionary, he is personally maintaining your mental state. As long as the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will doesn't exceed the limits of what Adam can withstand, you won't go crazy without losing control. Therefore, your most serious latent danger is that you have to constantly maintain a normal connection with that body. Once it's disturbed, your condition will be problematic. And this connection is actually very weak under the separation of Sapphira Castle. You deliberately showed a half-crazy state. Apart from luring me to find an opportunity in this direction and step into the trap you set up, you were also hiding this point, preventing me from fighting based on that connection. Of course, apart from this, there are still many problems. After all, you are not truly prepared. If I had discovered this in advance, even if I were only a king of angels who had grasped the uniqueness, I would still have a way to defeat you." Amon listened quietly and raised his hand to adjust the crystal monocle in his right eye socket. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he let out a sigh with a smile. Seeing this, Klein smiled and shook his head. "You are indeed powerful, cunning, and terrifying. You truly deserve the title of God of Deception. If I hadn't considered what I should do when I was cornered by you and had no other options, I would have hesitated just now. If I had hesitated for a moment, I would have been dead right now. That way, Amon would be able to completely control Sapphira Castle and prevent Klein from returning from the fog of history, preventing him from reviving." Amon stared at the increasing number of evil tentacles extending out from under Klein's dark cloak. He slowly drew a breath and smiled. "The Lord of the Mysteries in your body is about to truly awaken." The smile on Klein's face had already become somewhat neurotic. "You can also compete in this aspect. Our next battle is very simple. It's a competition to see who awakens more of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in their bodies. It's a competition to see who has deeper control over Sapphira Castle. 50%, 70%, 90%, all the way to 100%. Then, with a bang, we will explode and he will return. What do you think? Do you want to make a bet? Let's see who can last longer? It's very exciting and interesting. It suits your preferences very well. It's just like the roulette that's popular in FaceAct. 2 people each have a revolver and a bullet in it. They take turns to pull the trigger at their son acupoint. Whoever gives up first is equivalent to letting the other party win. And if no one gives up and persists to the end, there will be no winner. He is. Amon's eyebrows twitched. He smiled but didn't say anything. Klein looked at him and said with a beaming smile, "Although you've always been known for pursuing excitement and daring to take risks, you've achieved your goals most of the time. Not only have you not lost anything, but you've also gained a lot. In a small part of the time, you've only lost some avatars and some items. You've never truly suffered serious injuries or fallen into a desperate situation. Almost every action you take is the product of meticulous planning. Even if you fail, you always have a way out. Does this mean that you value your life more than I imagined? You do like excitement and seek pleasure, but you're willing to pay any price for them. That's just an image you put up. How could the real god of deceit use his own life as a wager? Of course, this is just my personal guess. It might be wrong. Anyway, do you want to take a gamble?" Amon stroked his crystal monocle and clicked his tongue just like Medici. "You are really crazy," Klein replied with a smile. "In the eyes of others, this is indeed crazy. But to me, it's just a choice. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in the past Lord of the Mysteries. He is a true great old one. He looks down on the universe and views most living beings as worms. This will instead make him distance himself from reality. Besides, I should still have time to get the genie to bear witness. I should get the Lord of the Mysteries to promise me something that's very simple and worthless to him." Upon saying that, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up exaggeratedly. "I won't lose too much. I'll only lose myself. There are always some things that are more important than others." Amon maintained his smile but didn't say a word. Klein then surveyed the area and found the magic wishing lamp and the Trensostal brass book among the wilderness fragments floating in the void. He immediately laughed out loud. "Look, I didn't suffer any punishment. This means that I wasn't lying. Everything I said was the truth." In fact, the rules set by the Trensostal brass book had long lost their effectiveness when the star descended and the divine kingdom shattered. Later on, Amon even dared to attempt to steal it from multiple people. However, Klein's main goal wasn't to prove anything, but to show his determination, or rather, madness. Of course, what he said was the truth. He was indeed willing to put them into practice. Otherwise, there was no way he could hide it from Amon, preventing him from exerting sufficient pressure on him. Amon held back a smile and didn't panic at all. "That sounds interesting. Is that so? Then let's begin," Klein replied without any hesitation, his eyes turning darker. Amon's smile froze slightly as he suddenly clasped his palms together. Under his classic black robe, slippery and evil tentacles also popped out one after another. His aura changed to a certain extent as his body seemed to be covered in a dark cloak. At that moment, Amon became more like the Lord of the Mysteries. However, he wasn't competing with Klein in terms of the degree of awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body. Instead, he was disguising himself to deceive Sapphira Castle and create the corresponding bug to create an opportunity to escape. For the error authority to take effect at the same level, there were often different prerequisites. Firstly, the medium and the target had sufficient similarities. Secondly, there was a certain connection between the two. Thirdly, certain matters and objects had logical contradictions. Fourthly, some of the rules were indeed imperfect. Fifthly, it didn't directly affect the target, and instead created an environment filled with error in the form of creating a divine kingdom in this regard. There were fewer restrictions on fooling, but once the conditions were met, error was even more difficult to prevent. Amon was now taking the initiative to disguise himself to satisfy the first condition. This was just like a virus invasion. First, he had to make the other party think that he was one of them and use this to avoid detection. Then, he could paralyze the defense mechanism and achieve the corresponding goal. When a fruit looked like a strawberry, smelled like a strawberry, and tasted like a strawberry, it would basically be considered a strawberry. But in fact, it was very likely that there were exceptions. At that moment, Amon's appearance was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his aura was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his abilities were like the Lord of the Mysteries, and his mental imprint was like the Lord of the Mysteries. Combined with the error authority, it would naturally make Sapphira Castle mistake him as the Lord of the Mysteries for an instant. Suddenly, Klein's damaged divine kingdom of the Fool completely collapsed. The magnificent ancient palace and the long mottled table inside appeared. The grayish-white fog that was originally beneath Sapphira Castle rose up and enveloped the space. The grayish-white fog split into two waves and collided violently in a certain spot, producing vortexes that tore open a rift that led to reality. The power of Sapphira Castle contradicted itself at that second, as though it didn't know which Lord of the Mysteries to obey. Amon's figure immediately vanished as he used the authority of Door to rush out of Sapphira Castle. Just as he touched the edge, his body first paused before he flew backward. In the Fool's seat, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly. The strange door of light between his eyebrows and around him became more and more obvious, as though it was corporeal. This emitted an unimaginably powerful converging force. Like an invisible hand, it forcefully pulled Amon back. Amon's body suddenly split apart, transforming into countless him. And in front of each Amon, an illusory star door appeared. Silently, the star doors opened at the same time, but in the endless darkness behind the door, slippery and sinister tentacles shot out, blocking the Amon's path of escape. At the tip of these tentacles, resplendent starlight lit up, instantly enveloping the Amons. The Amons couldn't help but gather together, turning into a cluster of concepts. These concepts included, but were not limited to, pointed hats, classic black robes, monocle, fate, time, key, door, bug, and Trojan horse. Klein slowly stood up and smiled at the passively conceptualized Amon. You can also awaken the Lord of the Mysteries as will further, but this is different from death. It will definitely affect the body over at Adam's side. The conceptualized Amon quickly gained a corporeal body again. He relied on the authority of Door to escape the previous state. With a smile on his lips, he didn't respond to Klein. He seized this opportunity to use the error authority to substitute the fake for the real, using an avatar that he had prepared in the outside world to replace him and swap positions. This was similar to the position swap of the main body and marionette in the seer domain. However, this was at a higher level, and the principles were different. It wouldn't be affected by most situations. However, Amon still failed. He realized that his error authority had been forcefully suppressed. As Klein slowly stood up, more slippery and sinister tentacles appeared around him. The smile on his face became increasingly exaggerated. Right on the heels of that, Amon's eyes glazed over. His smile froze, and the crystal monocle lost its luster. At the same time, the cold and strange mask on Klein's face squirmed. The effect of blind stupidity. In the next second, he grafted himself with a particular concept in the cosmos, and used the authority of fooling to affect the corresponding environment. The slippery tentacles around him bent like revolvers as they aimed at Amon. In Amon's still-dazed eyes, a supernova erupted. An unimaginable and abnormally blazing sea of light surged out, shattering his monocle and drowning his body. P.S. Updated in advance on Monday. Requesting recommendation vote. Chapter 1425. Behind the endless shadow curtain, in the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light. A young man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face suddenly sat up as though he had experienced a nightmare. Dressed in a classic black robe, he extended his right hand in an attempt to take out a crystal monocle from the void and wear it on his right eye. But this time, he didn't obtain anything. His right hand paused in midair for 2 seconds before he retracted it and pinched his right eye socket. At that moment, a gentle, calm, and emotionless voice sounded in his ears. To him, there are things more important than life. To you, apart from yourself, there's almost nothing worth paying too much attention to. When things develop to the point where you have to gamble with your life, it means that you have lost. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up as though he wanted to smile and respond, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The voice continued. As a natural mythical creature, your lack of a normal anchor is also a problem. This makes it difficult for you to understand, although you know what courage and sacrifice are. Amon's expression changed as he stood up from the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light. He looked at the human-skinned glove that had been thrown to the side but seemed very satisfied. He retracted his gaze and curled up the corners of his mouth. This seems very interesting. Next, I plan on leaving this place and infiltrating the cosmos. It's much more exciting than reality. Perhaps I can understand the 2 words you just said. That's very dangerous. Once you enter the cosmos, I won't be able to provide any help before I succeed. However, at the very least, you can avoid him, the gentle, calm, and emotionless voice replied. Amon didn't say another word. He raised his right eye socket and disappeared into the endless shadow curtain. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, as Amon was completely pulverized by the power of the supernova burst, Klein couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If he had a choice, he naturally didn't wish to sacrifice himself to revive the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He wished to personally protect this world and find the meaning of life again. Of course, if he had no choice, he wouldn't hesitate to awaken the celestial worthy. He was certain that he could do this. Amon knew this as well, so he didn't force him. He only attempted to escape. At the end of the battle, it was a battle of courage. Whoever wasn't afraid of dying would have the absolute advantage. Clearly, Amon had no intention of sacrificing himself for this matter. After heaving a sigh of relief, Klein's face under the cold and strange mask suddenly twisted. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak, the slippery, evil tentacles that extended out were either slapping the ground or rising high, completely out of his control. He could sense that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings within his body was awakening at an accelerated rate. Furthermore, it seemed to be unstoppable. Even if Klein died with this will, and then relied on the powers of a miracle invoker to revive, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was because the Lord of the Mysteries also wielded the authority of miracles. At that moment, Klein recalled what Dark Angel Sasrar, the ancient sun god, had said. The primordial has awakened in my body. In the next second, at the spot where Amon's body had been pulverized, beams of light were pulled towards Klein by an invisible gravitational force. Some of them were 12-ringed worms of time, some were insects forged from resplendent starlight, and some were pure points of light. Klein wanted to stop these Beyonder characteristics from fusing with him, but he failed due to the increasingly powerful will of the celestial worthy in his body. His body swelled up like a balloon before suddenly thinning into a paper figurine. This repeated without end. The mask on his face became increasingly bright and strange. The slippery and evil tentacles that extended out from under his cloak increased in number as they became more and more uncontrollable. A worm of time Beyonder characteristic, a key of stars Beyonder characteristic. Klein's psyche felt like it was being devoured by an invisible monster, producing a rather intense pain. In the end, a pair of eyeballs that seemed to be formed from pure starlight, containing layers of illusory doors, and a crystal monocle reformed. They rushed towards Klein's face, heading for the eye sockets of the mask. Almost at the same time, the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black appeared on Klein's body. Sapphira Castle. At that instant, Klein, Sapphira Castle, the door's uniqueness, and Error's uniqueness had an extremely strong inclination to converge. Once they fused into one, the Lord of the Mysteries would completely awaken and complete his resurrection. Klein suddenly covered half his face with his right hand. His entire body bent down as though he was fighting against another version of himself. With the cognitive positioning and image interference brought about by the believer's anchor, Klein finally delayed the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will, weakening the power of convergence a little. The pair of starlight eyes and the crystal monocle stopped in front of Klein's face. They floated a few centimeters away, like planets orbiting the sun. This extreme imbalance made Klein believe that he couldn't maintain it for too long. Perhaps in a few minutes, or even a few dozen seconds, the convergence would continue uncontrollably, bringing about changes that he couldn't bear. Haha, this can also be considered a type of fusion. Klein laughed in an unstable manner. Then, he fooled the Trend-Sostal brass book, allowing it to enter a sealed state and fly into the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, Klein left Sapphira Castle and arrived at the astral world formed from symbols and authorities. This place looked similar to the cosmos. It was dark, deep, and vast, but in fact there were many unique aspects. For example, one could clearly see a sun-like star hanging in the distance, emitting normal light and heat. However, if one tried to approach it without suffering any damage, they would discover that the astral world was like a black curtain. The sun was directly drawn with oil paint, and there were a bunch of concepts and symbols gathered around it. Furthermore, the sun wasn't drawn very well. It was like a child who didn't have any artistic skills had randomly drawn it. It was both comical and terrifying. On another level, this might be a manifestation of the chaos and madness of the underlying rules. As soon as Klein entered, he immediately felt invisible gazes. Some of them came from the area protected by the world's barrier, while others came from a wider area. They clearly had malicious intent. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up uncontrollably. He suddenly turned his head and looked outside the world's barrier. He raised his slippery and sinister tentacles. The pair of eyes cast by starlight and the crystal monocle also moved along with it. Suddenly, all the gazes from the cosmos retreated, leaving only a hand-drawn crimson moon hanging there, flashing with light. Ha ha! Klein laughed as he arrived outside a dark kingdom filled with night vanilla and slumber flowers. At the same time, the Evernight goddess appeared at the edge of the divine kingdom in a layered dress dotted with stardust. Her face was covered with a thin translucent black veil. She didn't enlarge herself. She glanced at Klein at eye level and raised her right hand, revealing a golden bird-shaped accessory. On the head of the golden bird-shaped accessory, in its bronze-like eyes, layers of illusory doors appeared, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fly out and land on Klein's cold and strange mask. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings passively entered a state of eternal slumber. It was the same for most of Klein's consciousness, leaving behind only a tiny bit of lucidity. Under such a situation, he retracted the mask and transformed the cloak into a black trench coat. Then, he made the crystal monocle turn into a pair of black gloves, and the pair of eyes forged from starlight turned into a cane embedded with stardust. This was only a change in appearance. In essence, there was no change. Once these two items left Klein, they would return to their original forms. Of course, if Klein stabilized and accommodated them, he could modify the corresponding concepts and symbols over and over again, allowing them to permanently change their forms. This can't be maintained for too long. It's just delaying matters for a period of time. The Evernight goddess gently reminded him, "If you repeatedly use the river water of the river of eternal darkness, the Lord of the Mysteries will awaken even faster. This is because he will undergo an unknown change and adjust his state. Similarly, the uniqueness from Sapphira Castle and my blessings will gradually be erased. You will also enter an eternal slumber." Klein didn't seem to be discussing his own matters as he smiled and nodded. "Got it. The Evernight goddess said in a tone that seemed to soothe Klein's mind. On this matter, the methods and actions that Amon has taken have exceeded my expectations. He is indeed the true god of deceit. It's not like you don't have a chance next. You can first try to completely control Sapphira Castle and pull the will of the Lord of the Mysteries into eternal slumber. In your dream, you can resist and fuse with him. I can give you a certain amount of blessings, but the key is still you. There's no ritual to become a great Sunday. No ritual can change the awakening of the primordial will, but the ancient sun god believes that the sequence of accommodations can increase one's self-awareness to a certain extent and increase the success rate of matters. First become a sequence 0 of a pathway, then control and fuse with the Sapphira, and finally accommodate the other uniquenesses. This is the optimal sequence. Becoming a dual pathway true god, controlling and fusing with the Sapphira, and then accommodating the remaining uniquenesses is not a good or bad sequence. Only fusing with the Sapphira at the final step is the worst choice. Klein smiled and said, "This is a good idea. As long as he wakes up, a Lord of the Mysteries will be born. This might be him, or it might be me. Yes, after completely controlling Sapphira Castle and entering eternal slumber, I should be able to make a certain weakness appear in the Western Continent's seal, a weakness that can be entered and exited." The Evernight goddess didn't say a word when she heard Klein's words. Klein continued smiling. "This is my choice. I've long expected that there would be such a day when I would finally face him. P.S. Update first, then change later. Today's 2 updates have been sent. The first update on Tuesday will likely be brought forward to midnight. Please recommend me on Monday. Chapter 1426. The Evernight goddess nodded and didn't say anything else. She reached out her palm and gently tugged at a corner of the void. A thin layer of night curtain gently drifted down, blanketing Klein's body as it silently seeped in. Klein quietly felt the blessing that stemmed from the dream for 2 seconds. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. He then took 2 steps back and left the astral world. The Evernight goddess stood at the edge of the divine kingdom and watched him leave. In the next second, Klein landed in the projection of the giant king's court in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Then, just like Amon, he walked to the edge of the grayish-blue door and raised his hand to create a ghostly blue illusory door. Through this door, Klein entered the forsaken land of the gods. Following the guidance of fate, he wandered to the peak of a mountain range. There was a huge cross erected there, and the cross was shrouded in an indistinct shadow. Klein stared at the shadow for a few seconds and sighed slightly. He bent down to pick up an ancient silver mirror that was placed near the huge cross. Then, he turned around and disappeared from the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, the Worms of Spirit, who didn't need to guard Sapphira Castle, informed him of Queen Mystic's current location. Klein raised his hand and took out the magic wishing lamp from the junk pile. Relying on the ownership relationship between it and Bernadette, he wandered again and appeared on a rather hidden island in Emerald City. Bernadette was flipping through a newly published painting collection of Intis. Just as she sensed something, she saw German Sparrow hand the magic wishing lamp to her. "Thank you." Klein's voice was neither loud nor soft, and he spoke very normally. Bernadette parted her lips as though she wanted to say something. But at that moment, her eyes flashed as though she had seen something or predicted something. Hence, she silently reached out to grab the magic wishing lamp. Klein then took out an iron cigar case with traces of corrosion on its surface. "This is your reward." Even without using the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette could sense that the iron cigar case was extraordinary. She could roughly guess what kind of corrosion it had suffered. But it was not because of this reason that she chose to accept, but because she suddenly felt that there was no reason to refuse. She only hesitated for a moment before calmly taking the iron cigar case. If he was still in his crazed state from before, Klein would definitely have said with an exaggerated smile while Bernadette hesitated, "Uncle is giving it to you. Just take it." But now, he was only left with that last bit of consciousness. He had to work very hard to keep himself from falling asleep. He didn't have the urge to act like a clown. After leaving Bernadette's Emerald City, Klein made good use of his time and wandered to Bakeland. He wandered to Dr. Alan Series's home. Will Auceptin, who was sitting among the pile of toys, raised his head and looked at Don Dantes before him. He suddenly teared up and sobbed very hard. I finally sensed that opportunity. The opportunity to accommodate the fate pathway's uniqueness. Klein squatted down and said expressionlessly, I'm here to help you accommodate them. I will steal your childhood and adolescence, allowing you to instantly grow up. Then, relying on my status that has exceeded the sequence but hasn't reached the level of a great old one, I will help you forcefully accommodate the die of probability. Of course, this alone is not enough to succeed. We still need to fool and exploit the bug. Will Auceptin's pattering tears suddenly stopped as he muttered in astonishment, His Majesty, His Majesty. So the two choices are the same. Normally speaking, accommodating the uniqueness of a pathway was either something one was born with, or it required the help of an existence at the level of a great old one, or it relied on a simplified advancement ritual. There were no other possibilities. The Snake of Fate, Will Auceptin, clearly didn't have any uniqueness. He could only be considered from the last two options. His focus had always been on carrying out a simplified ritual, which was to wait for an opportunity of fate. Who knew that this opportunity turned out to be Klein's status close to that of the great old ones? In essence, it was actually the second method. With this in mind, the chubby child, Will Auceptin, cried even harder. He felt like he had been deceived by fate. Get the life school of thought's demigod to send the die of probability over now. Normally speaking, with your luck, the die of probability should be by your side. Klein ignored Will's cries. Let's begin as soon as possible. I don't have much time left. Will stopped, looked at Klein for a while, and said with a slightly choked voice, Forget it. Let's wait for the next opportunity. In your present state, forcibly accommodating it for me is a huge burden. You might lose control on the spot. I don't wish to face the Lord of the Mysteries. Yes, next time. I have a premonition. Having said that, Will looked into Klein's eyes. I have a premonition that the next opportunity will be better. Klein maintained his dreamy expression as his voice deepened. Is this a prophecy? Will Auceptin's tears flowed down again. No, it's a blessing. Klein nodded slightly, stood up, and retreated step by step. During this process, his figure became fainter and soon disappeared. He returned to Sapphira Castle and sat on the high-back chair, allowing the grayish-white fog to cover his body. After looking around and confirming the state of the crimson stars, Klein leaned back in his chair in exhaustion and raised his right hand slightly. This time, he didn't create the world as a fake person. On both sides of the long mottled table, crimson beams of light soared up at the same time, freezing into the Hanging Man, Sun, the Hermit, magicians, and the other tarot members. This sudden gathering had clearly exceeded the expectations of Audrey and company. It left them momentarily stunned and surprised. Before this, although they had come to Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom on a non-Monday afternoon, there was a reason for it. They had already known in advance that they would be pulled here. They had either applied for a small-scale gathering in advance, or they had to avoid the full moon ravings, or they had to treat Mr. World's psychological problems. It could be said that, apart from the first time, this was the second time they had been summoned by Mr. Fool without any warning. Even the slowest of them could sense the uneasiness in the air. They could feel that the air had solidified. Thinking back to the visit of the world's German sparrow, and the words that Mr. Fool's Blessed had said, Audrey, the Hanging Man Alger, and Zio had similar thoughts. Has it finally arrived? Audrey subconsciously turned her head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table, only to see that it was empty. There was no one there. Although she was already mentally prepared, Audrey couldn't help but be taken aback. She couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sadness. In her heart, the world's image of German Sparrow had long changed from a crazy adventurer and an extremely dangerous beyonder to a friend with a cold appearance but a gentle heart. He was powerful, compassionate, and had a mysterious background. He was rather lonely, and he was burdened with many things. She believed that in the tarot, apart from Mr. Starr, she was the one who understood the world the best. And now, this friend seemed to have met with misfortune, leaving behind an empty seat. The tarot had lost its first official member. Where did Klein go? Leonard suddenly felt a little flustered. In this world, this was the only friend he could befriend. Back when Klein suddenly appeared in the southern continent and threw the gold coin into the cathedral's donation box, Leonard already had a subtle premonition. He had a feeling that the other party was preparing to face the judgment of fate and was bidding farewell to the past. This was just like back in Tingen when they decided to stand out and face Megos. Old man's silence has been a little strange recently. Could something have really happened to Klein? With Mr. Fool's level and status, as long as there's a chance, he should be able to be saved. Leonard's heart tightened as he suddenly turned his body and cast his gaze at Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long mottled table. This mighty existence was still shrouded in a grayish-white fog, making it impossible to tell his present state. At this moment, Emlyn, Katlia, and Son also noticed Mr. World's absence. Coupled with the suddenness of the gathering, they were alarmed and puzzled. They didn't know what had happened, but their intuition told them that it wasn't anything good. As a clairvoyant who had just advanced recently, Katlia even felt that something was wrong with Mr. Fool. Mr. World isn't here. Zio previously mentioned that Mr. Fool and his blessed are about to face a major challenge. It's very likely that something bad will happen. Magician's Furs was also a little alarmed. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear due to the unknown changes. She once imagined that she would heave a sigh of relief because of Mr. World's disappearance, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Instead, she felt her heart sink and a little terrified. Only then did she realize that at some point in time, the world had become a pillar of support for the tarot outside of Mr. Fool. It made everyone feel at ease when they saw him. Of course, fear was also unavoidable. As Audrey and company turned around and looked at the end of the long mottled table, Klein, who was already the fool, said in a low voice, "This is an impromptu gathering. This is an impromptu gathering. Mr. Fool is very tired." Audrey, who sensed this, felt her heart tighten. She looked around, as she always did, and stood up. After the members of the tarot stood up one after another, Audrey lifted her skirt in a somewhat heavy manner and bowed towards the end of the long mottled table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period." Chapter 1427. I remember that the first time Mysteries asked for monthly votes was when it was published. At that time, they opened a separate chapter specifically to ask for monthly vote. This time, I have to correct my attitude and open a separate chapter to ask for monthly votes to welcome the end. During the double period, it would be a waste not to vote for monthly vote. If I don't vote this time, I won't have another chance to vote for Mysteries in the future. Don't miss this chance. Now that the voting limit seems to have been relaxed, you can vote for more than 10 votes if you exceed the number of disciples. Perhaps don't give up just because you can't vote. Also, on the premise that it doesn't affect your own life and entertainment, don't lower your quality of life because of it. If you have the heart and remember to subscribe, that's already good enough. I've already paid for the first plus chapter for April. The rest is up to you guys. Today, the second chapter is still at the normal time, 7 p.m. Chapter 1428. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The other members of the tarot looked rather solemn as they followed Miss Justice to complete the usual greeting. After they sat down again, the fool Klein looked around and said in a low voice, "I shall enter a deep slumber. Upon hearing this, the hanging man Alger, Justice Audrey, Judgment Zio, and Magician's Furs involuntarily felt as though their second shoe had finally landed on the ground. The hearts of the star Leonard, the moon Emlyn, Sun, and the other tarot members sank as they became increasingly flustered and puzzled. Of course, they weren't that surprised. The abnormal impromptu gathering and the abnormal absence of world seemed to indicate that something important would happen today. Klein maintained his last bit of sobriety and said in the same tone as before, "This is a war that surpasses the sequences, and it's related to the extent of the apocalypse, as expected." The hanging man Alger keenly caught the phrase, transcending the sequences. He had long suspected that there was another level above sequence 0, the level of the ancient god of sun who had 8 kings of angels. Now, Mr. Fool had finally confirmed his guess and resolved many of his questions. Catlia and company also noticed the hidden message in Mr. Fool's words. Some of them were like the hanging man and already had similar guesses. At that moment, they felt that it was indeed the case. Some of them hadn't thought about it before, so they couldn't help but be surprised and confused when they heard that. However, they quickly came to a realization after combining all the things they knew in the past. The Fool Klein continued, "Only when you become angels will you have the qualifications to know the specific situation. Otherwise, just understanding itself will bring about contamination." This made the members of the tarot think of the underground world and the cosmos. For a moment, they couldn't hold back their thoughts. Klein looked at the bottom of the long mottled table. "My blessed world has entered a deep slumber in advance. I don't know when he will wake up." "Then what should he do?" Leonard nearly blurted out, but he could clearly sense that Mr. Fool hadn't finished speaking, so he held back the urge. The Fool Klein swept his gaze across him. "Next, I have a long-term commission for all members. Spread my name more widely, but don't clash with the Orthodox churches. If necessary, you can choose to preach in a secret way. It will help me to wake up. Also, spread the various deeds of world as my blessed and record them in the church's Holy Bible. Of course, don't involve his privacy. Remember this, when the world wakes up, the fool returns." Klein wanted to increase the number of his anchors. This might be rather useful in the dream battle against the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, he wanted to portray the world as a saint of the Church of the Fool, an angel beside the divine throne, so that this image could be shared with a large number of believers and obtain his own anchors. To put it simply, Klein planned on getting a believer to contribute 2 anchors. After all, to him, be it the fool or the world, they were just identities. Furthermore, the images created by the anchors wouldn't be uniform. They were all different, so it wouldn't affect him. At the level of the fool, the church spread the names of deities, the fool's sacred emblem, and various doctrines. They didn't have a specific image. For the world, he had many identities, such as German Sparrow, Don Dantes, and Merlin Hermes. There wouldn't be a fixed image. The reward is the convenience you have enjoyed in the past, the responses you have received, and the corresponding help you pray for in the future. The Fool Klein said without changing his tone, "After I fall asleep, I can also respond to prayers to a certain extent, but I won't respond every time. If there's really something very important that requires help, pray a few more times." He knew that after Antigonus entered an eternal slumber, he could make the dream manifest. As long as there was the right method, the sleeping deity could use the dream to respond to prayers to a certain extent. Regarding this situation, the tarot members present didn't find it difficult at all. On the one hand, most of them were spreading the faith of the fool, whether openly or secretly. On the other hand, it was very common for prayers to not receive a response to a deity. It was extremely rare for Mr. Fool to respond every time. They had almost never heard of such a situation elsewhere. To be able to repeatedly pray and receive a response on important matters had already surpassed most clergymen of the Orthodox churches. Yes, Mr. Fool. Without any hesitation, the tarot members all accepted the long-term commission. Among them, the star Leonard was the one who was the most eager and sincere. To him, spreading Mr. Fool's faith and manuals was to awaken Klein. This gave him the motivation to do things outside of his daily work. At this moment, the fool Klein nodded slightly and cast his gaze at Katlia. The previous request, to gather all information regarding the hidden sage's sudden revival, is still valid. If you're willing to take on the risk, then take a step further and investigate the hidden sage's current state. It will be very dangerous. You can refuse, and the reward is a wish. Katlia thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Honorable Mr. Fool, does this have anything to do with your awakening? Does it involve the problem of how to survive the apocalypse? Maybe, maybe not. I can't give you a definite answer right now. I just saw some images." This time, Klein didn't deliberately create a high-level persona of the fool, because he was already the real fool. In addition, keep an eye on all the beyonders of the Earth and Moon pathway. Katlia was silent for a while before she slowly said, "I accept this commission." The fool Klein then turned his gaze to the other side and said to son Derek, "That's right. Your mission is to protect the new city of Silver and New Moon City, as well as the Rorstad archipelago. The more believers I have and the safer I am, the more likely I am to wake up. On this basis, consider how to expand the church and spread your faith. Your reward is to become my blessed." Son's eyes suddenly heated up as he recalled the chief's encouraging gaze when he pushed open the last door of the giant king's court. He took a deep breath and said forcefully, "Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein nodded and looked at Magician's furs. "You need to protect the house of Abraham and prevent them from being tempted by the stars. In addition, gather more information about the fourth epoch and figure out Mr. Door's state at that time. Figure out some of the hidden problems in the house of Abraham. These are all things I wish to do." Magician's furs hesitated for a moment before indicating that she would do these things even without the commission. The fool Klein didn't say yes or no. Instead, he said, "If you are willing, you can write biographies and stories for the world's different identities and publish them under different pseudonyms. The reward for the above commission is that when you have a chance of becoming a planeswalker, you have to head to the cosmos and obtain my protection." Although Klein knew that he could rely on his dreams to give a response to a certain extent in his slumber, he wasn't sure if he or the Lord of the Mysteries would have the advantage when the time came. Therefore, he hoped to use the method of completing the commission and paying him to fix the more important matters in the form of a verbal contract. When the time came, even if he was at a disadvantage, he could use this invisible agreement to cleverly complete a response. Planeswalker? Magician's furs was taken aback. Frankly speaking, she hadn't considered this problem at all. What she was worried about was the digestion of the secret sorcerer and the wanderer ritual. Soon, she collected her thoughts. "Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein then cast his gaze at Emlyn. "The siege of Rose School involves preparations for the end of the world, so it's quite dangerous. Even with angels involved, we still have to pay attention to our own safety. Your request is to collect the blessings, auras, and items given by the primordial moon from the primordial moon believers in Rose School as much as possible. These may be even more dangerous than a level 1 seal." At that moment, although Klein still maintained the tone of the fool, his words already carried a hint of exhortation to a friend. This made Audrey, who had initially calmed down, notice that something was different. Recalling what Mr. Fool had just said to the other members, she sighed inwardly. Just as he's about to enter his slumber, Mr. Fool's humanity seems to thicken. Amidst Emlyn's surprise and puzzlement, Klein continued, "That's right. Apart from participating in the mission to annihilate Rose School, I hope that you can establish a pharmaceutical company and research on how to mass-produce drugs with magical effect. As long as it's mass-produced, it's impossible for it to have any magical effects," Emlyn instinctively replied. The fool Klein nodded. "Looking for a compromise. Your main goal is to spread my name through this pharmaceutical company. The reward is also a wish. This isn't a problem of danger, but whether it can be done or not. The simplest method is to give me 1,000 apothecary potions. I can set up an apothecary factory and achieve mass production. Emlyn mumbled inwardly before replying seriously, "That's right. Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein looked to the other side and said to Zio, "That's right. With the apocalypse approaching, be it the Red Priest or Demonis, they will become active. Your mission is to rely on the official factions to find out the whereabouts of the Red Priest pathway's 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and the corresponding uniqueness. If there's a chance, find clues to confirm the primordial Demonis' current condition. It's very dangerous." Klein didn't mention the reward because he had already paid her in advance. Zio had fulfilled her wish and held a ritual to become a Sequence 4 imperative mage. As for the 3 Sequence 1 Conqueror beyonder characteristics of the Red Priest pathway, Klein previously knew that one was in the hands of the Sauron family, the former royal family of Intis. One was in the hands of the Faceac royal family, the Einhorn family, and one was in the hands of the Ruan royal family, the Augustus family. Later, it was given to the Demonis sect as a reward. Of course, this was only a preliminary answer. The corresponding situation might have already changed. The Sauron family had already declined during Rozel's era, so they might not have the Conqueror beyonder characteristic or the corresponding sealed artifact. Klein even suspected that it had already been obtained by the Iron and Blood Cross Order. The defeat in the previous war had caused considerable damage to the Einhorn family. Klein didn't rule out the possibility of a high-level angel dying or the loss of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The whereabouts of the Conqueror beyonder characteristic that the Augustus family had given to the Demonis sect was currently the clearest, but Klein knew that the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici, had always been eyeing it. Perhaps it had already succeeded, or perhaps it was being carried out. There were currently no clues as to the corresponding Red Priest uniqueness. The last time the mysterious world knew of it was during the Pale disaster at the end of the 4th epoch. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1429. As for what her mission was, Zio had always been filled with anticipation and apprehension. She was looking forward to it because she had already chosen to accept Mr. Fool's gift. She would definitely have to pay the corresponding price, so knowing what the mission was earlier could prevent her from making guesses due to the unknown. On the other hand, she was nervous because she knew that the reward she received was too generous. She believed that the final mission would not be simple and would definitely be filled with danger. At this moment, after hearing Mr. Fool's words, she heaved a sigh of relief as her heart finally returned to its original position. Investigating the whereabouts of the Red Priest pathway's 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and the corresponding uniqueness, as well as confirming the primordial Demonis' present condition, was indeed very dangerous. It was a mission where one could be corrupted if they weren't careful, resulting in a terrifying anomaly. However, it was at least much better than snatching the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and directly facing the primordial Demonis. If it was the latter, Zio didn't think she could complete it even with the official faction's backing. All she could do was write her will and be prepared to sacrifice herself at any moment. And if it was just the former, there were clues that could be obtained in a more roundabout and indirect manner. There was no need to encounter powerful existences of high status. As a Sequence 4 demigod, Zio believed that she had a certain level of confidence. She didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Fool Klein originally planned on looking to the other side, but after some consideration, he added, "That's right. Be careful of Bansi." Without waiting for the members of the Tarot to make connections, Klein said to Leonard, "Don't worry. Your mission is similar to the Moon's. While besieging Rose School, gather the blessings, auras, and items given by the Mother Tree of Desire from their members. This is similarly very dangerous. He only exhorted him, not saying as much as he did when he gave Emlyn the mission. This was because a senior angel of the Marauder pathway parasitized Leonard. He knew many secrets and knew how dangerous the outer deities were. He wouldn't allow Leonard to do as he pleased. Seeing that Leonard was about to nod, the fool Klein maintained his previous tone and continued, "You don't have to do much to spread my name. You don't even have to do anything. As one of the 22 most powerful members of the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight, and as one of the few high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks, it was very easy for problems to arise if Leonard were to privately spread the faith of the fool. He could be misunderstood by his colleagues, resulting in unnecessary conflict. But miraculously, in Klein's eyes, Emlyn's actions didn't seem to be misunderstood. To the people around him and the vampires, nothing he did seemed too strange. That's right. Leonard had already recovered from his eagerness and realized the cruelty of reality. However, he still wanted to do something. At this moment, the fool Klein added, "That's right. You can focus on spreading world's deeds in the form of poems. Poetry creation." Leonard instinctively frowned and didn't immediately respond to Mr. Fool. Klein then said, "That's right. Other than that, work hard to raise your rank in preparation for the apocalypse. The reward for all the missions is one wish." Although many Beyonder characteristics had fallen into the real world when the god of combat perished, bringing a batch of Beyonder creatures, mutated monsters, and lands of abnormalities, Klein didn't know how many sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics the Evernight goddess had obtained apart from the Twilight uniqueness, but at the very least, a portion of the sequence 2 angels of the Church of Evernight had the possibility of switching pathways to become sequence 1. At the same time, if they obtained additional Beyonder characteristics, they could also switch to the corresponding sequence of the death pathway. This would open up a pathway for saints to advance, a pathway that wasn't limited to just one pathway. Of course, not every sequence 3 saint wished to become an angel, but Leonard was currently only a sequence 4 Nightwatcher. Furthermore, if the corresponding sequence 3 Terror Bishop was limited, he could still consider Silver Knight and Ferryman. Klein had one of the former's Beyonder characteristic. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly exhaling. "Yes, Mr. Fool." The fool then cast his gaze at Miss Justice, who had been waiting all this while. "Apart from promoting my name, you have 2 missions. The first is to assist judgment and investigate the whereabouts of the Red Priest pathway's uniqueness and sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, so as to confirm the primordial demonist's current condition. The second is to work hard to raise your level. One of the missions is to raise my sequence." Audrey was somewhat puzzled by this mission. To her, it was like saying to an ordinary person, "Your job is to make more money." Furthermore, this is of no value to Mr. Fool. Could it be that he wants me to treat Mr. World? Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, the fool Klein added, "The higher your sequence, the higher the chance of awakening World. In this aspect, you can rely on external help. Hermes's re-established psychological alchemy is one of the options, but you need to be careful and vigilant. For this, you must pay a certain price. You can also give up the payment you received before. It all depends on your will and thoughts." Audrey no longer had any doubts. After a moment of silence, she nodded solemnly. "Yes, Mr. Fool." The fool Klein's gaze landed on the hanging man Alger. "After a while, you will know what your mission is." Klein had already foreseen the corresponding scene. Without waiting for Alger to speak, he continued. "You can bring the sea god scepter with you, but during this period, all the prayers of the sea god believers will be directed to the sun and directed at me." Although the hanging man, Alger, couldn't accurately guess what his mission was, he already had a vague hunch. He pondered for a moment before replying with a proper attitude. "Yes, Mr. Fool." Klein retracted his gaze, surveyed the area, and slowly said, "That's right." He slowly said, "In the future, on the first Monday afternoon of every month, you can still gather here, but there will no longer be a convener. If there's a need for a private, secret discussion, pray in advance and wait for a response." At this point, the fool Klein closed his eyes and said, "That's all for this gathering. That's all for this gathering." The tarot members couldn't help but feel a baffling sense of sadness, as though a grand ball had come to an end. They stood up at the same time and solemnly bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. "Your will is our will." Klein waited for them to finish speaking before dispelling the maintenance. He watched as the crimson starlight dissipated and quickly fell. After staring at this scene for a few seconds, he conjured a piece of yellowish goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. After some thought, Klein simply wrote, "Dear Mr. Aztec, due to some complicated reasons, I might be sleeping for a long time. I'm very sorry, but I might not be able to write to you for a long time." After writing that sentence, Klein stopped and made the fountain pen disappear. Although the piece of paper was conjured by him, with his current level, and strength, he could maintain it for more than 100 years, even if it was brought to the outside world. He closed his eyes again, summoned Aztec's copper whistle, and blew it. At the same time, he released some of the restrictions that came from Sapphira Castle itself. The skeleton messenger appeared. Every bone from top to bottom was trembling violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. If not for the fact that Klein had handed it the letter, it might have prostrated on the ground. After the skeleton messenger received the letter and hurriedly left Sapphira Castle, Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. This wasn't because the celestial worthies will had escaped its eternal slumber, nor was it because it was painful for him to maintain his lucidity, but because it was a habit. Slowly leaning back in his chair, Klein sighed softly. On both sides of the long, mottled table, Justice Audrey, the hanging man Alger, son Derek, magician's Furs, Emlyn, the hermit Catlia, the star Leonard, and Judgment Zio appeared one after another in the order in which they had joined the tarot. But this time, they weren't real people. They were just projections, and they no longer appeared blurry. All of them revealed their appearances in Klein's memories. Right on the heels of that, more figures appeared. They were a mature man with a receding hairline and deep eyes, a beautiful witch with blue eyeshadow and blush, a middle-aged man with black hair mixed with silver strands and an abnormally loud voice, a woman in her 50s with short hair, a young man who was playing with his phone while enjoying delicacies, a young lady who giggled happily, a government employee who looked older than his peers with a receding hairline, a young girl in an old-fashioned dress who focused on machinery, a lady with a pale face that resembled a doll, a bronze-skinned instructor with soft facial features, a child licking ice cream, a lady carrying 4 heads, an elder studying the bills. In all seriousness, they either sat or stood as they gathered around people they knew. Under the flickering candlelight on the long table, they discussed different matters or danced to the music. Klein quietly watched this lively scene as his expression gradually turned gentle. After an unknown period of time, he stood up and walked past them, heading deep into the space. Behind him, the figures, the candlelight, and the music faded away one after another. When the strange door of light above the grayish-white cloud was in sight, Klein beckoned for a Rhodes. At that moment, the transparent or opaque insects in the middle of the strange door of light had completely fused into one, turning bluish-black. It was like a thick layer of fog, preventing anyone from seeing what was behind the door. After Klein arrived, he didn't immediately enter. He felt as though there was an extremely terrifying monster hidden behind the door, waiting to devour him. He looked up at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. He looked at the modern humans with different skin colors inside the cocoons. After closing his eyes to sense it, Klein raised his right hand and closed his fingers. The cocoons cracked as the people inside turned into points of light that flew out of Sapphira Castle and landed in the real world. Some of the people who had just died. After doing this, Klein lowered his head and looked at the magic mirror in his hand. "Are you afraid?" On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, Aqueous light wavered as pale words appeared. No. In the next second, Rhodes raised his question according to the rules. Great Master, are you afraid? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. With that said, he took a step forward and walked towards the bluish-black fog in the middle of the strange door of light with the magic mirror in hand. He passed through it. His figure disappeared behind the door that was hiding something. The cracked cocoons were still gently shaking. P.S. Requesting monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1430. Amidst the berserk sea's dark blue waves that seemed like they would never stop, the future was like a leaf that would be thrown high and smacked down at other times. In these waters there were still some pirate ships sailing. They were already accustomed to such situations, so much so that they found it as natural as the sun rising. After Admiral of Stars Catlia returned to the real world, she pondered for a moment before unfurling a piece of paper and writing a letter. She wanted to ask Her Majesty if anything major had happened recently. In fact, before Mr. Fool announced that he would enter his slumber, Catlia had already sensed that a huge change was about to happen. Be it the sudden closing of the doors and windows, or the meteors streaking across the sky and illuminating the world, it gave her, a clairvoyant, a certain amount of inspiration. She saw some blurry scenes. Of course, due to her level, and identity, she didn't have a sufficient understanding of what had happened. It was difficult for her to grasp what had prompted Mr. Fool to choose to enter a slumber. All she could do was ask Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had long advanced to become an angel and led a mysterious organization while controlling many powerful sealed artifacts. Just as Catlia summoned the messenger and took away the letter she had written, she was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, the purple color in her eyes appeared as it turned extremely rich. It was as though a river was slowly flowing. She sensed that Mr. Fool had entered a slumber. An irrepressible sense of loss, confusion, and a little sadness surged in this Admiral of Stars's heart. For some reason, she felt an indescribable throbbing as 2 drops of tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. She seemed to understand something, but she also didn't understand anything. She only knew that it was unknown how long Mr. Fool would take to wake up from his slumber. Taking off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge, Catlia wiped the corners of her eyes and restored her emotions to normal. She then walked to the window and looked at the deck. Franklin was enthusiastically inviting his crew to try his newly brewed beer, but none of the pirates dared to try it. Thankfully, I sent Charv to Her Majesty ahead of time. Now, all I need to do is watch Frank. Without Mr. Fool watching me, I have to be more careful and pay more attention to him. Yes, I have to find something for Frank to do other than research. He's the first mate, so he can't always not do his job. Admiral of Stars Catlia thought with a heavy expression. After considering how to watch over Frank, as well as how to arrange for a small number of pirates from the Earth and Moon pathway to be on other ships and not have frequent contact with Frank, Catlia shifted the focus of her thoughts to the Hidden Sage. Although she was already one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, due to her background and the fact that she was less influenced by the Hidden Sage, she had never been trusted by the President and the other upper echelons. She was considered an outcast who drifted to the fringes of the organization. She had her own circle and corresponding forces. In a certain sense, her relationship with the Moses ascetic order was closer to that of a collaborator. On one hand, she needed a faction and a powerhouse to spread her will above the 5 seas, and on the other hand, she yearned to obtain the corresponding knowledge and materials. And to obtain the information regarding the Hidden Sage, a symbolic deity, suddenly coming to life and confirming his present state, she needed to become a core member of the Moses ascetic order. With my present identity, it's not a problem for me to participate in the decision-making of the Moses ascetic order's internal affairs. Only by truly participating in this can I come into contact with more information and raise my status. However, this will be rather dangerous. Even if the hidden sage isn't in a good state and doesn't interfere with the Moses ascetic order's operations, the other upper echelons will retaliate to a certain extent due to the violation of their rights and the constant suspicions. There are at least 2 of the 10 pillars that I can't see through. They make me instinctively feel danger, and confirming the hidden sage's present state will be even more dangerous. If anything goes wrong, I'll immediately be corrupted and corrupted by him. The more Katlia thought about it, the more she found the mission Mr. Fool had given her to be difficult. She had always been drifting around the fringes of the Moses ascetic order, active as a pirate. In fact, she also had such worries. She was afraid that if she got too deeply involved in the organization's internal affairs, she would expose the fact that she was still in contact with Queen Mystic. She was afraid that she would suddenly be labeled as a spy by the other 10 pillars and be eliminated on the spot. At that moment, Katlia even wanted to give up on Mr. Fool's mission and her identity as one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. She wanted to return to the dawn and return to the Queen's side. That way, she wouldn't need to worry about such matters. If there were any problems, the Queen would be able to fend them off. Ever since she left the dawn, she had to shoulder everything herself. Katlia had always felt exhausted, and her shoulders were constantly heavy. However, this thought was quickly abandoned by Katlia. She sighed softly, knowing that she would never be able to return to the carefree state of a young girl. She was now not only shouldering her own life, but also the fates of Frank, Heath, Nina, and the other crew members. Furthermore, she could foresee the impending apocalypse. She hoped that when the time came, she could become the Queen's most powerful helper and do something for this world with her. Katlia then closed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Then I'll face it." She had to truly integrate into the Moses ascetic order and gather the corresponding information. After making this decision, Katlia no longer concealed her strength. She raised her hands and used a fairy tale magic. In the eyes of the surrounding pirates, the future and its subsidiary ships turned illusory, turning into countless bubbles. Under the illumination of the light, these bubbles reflected dreamy colors. Then, bit by bit, they melted into the seawater. The future and its subsidiary fleet vanished from everyone's eyes. Many knowledgeable pirates were first shocked and stunned before they simultaneously had a thought: a new king has been born above the sea. Queen of Stars. In a house in Bakeland. Before Zio, who had returned to the real world, could organize her thoughts, she saw Furza's figure quickly outline in front of her. She shouted, "That mission of yours is too dangerous." Zio was taken aback as she instinctively pointed out the problem. "You didn't knock." This was the worst thing about living with an apprentice pathway demigod. Furz first reflected on herself for a second before saying confidently, "You didn't close the door. You didn't close the door." She pointed at the half-open bedroom door. "I actually didn't close the door. That's right. This is a last-minute gathering. I wasn't prepared at all." Zio gaped her mouth, but she failed to say a word. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time without anyone breaking the silence. Finally, Furz decided to forget her rebuke and focus on the mission itself. A mission that involves a sequence 1 and a uniqueness is really too dangerous. After saying that, she recalled how Zio had already accepted Mr. Fool's gift. Her eyes couldn't help but redden as she couldn't help but mutter, "Remember to ask for my help. At the very least, I can escape with you." To them, there were very few matters that involved a sequence 1. Apart from Mr. Fool, the world, and German Sparrow, they might have been watched by an existence that couldn't be named. The rest of the time, they would at most do some trivial work at the periphery of the corresponding matter. They had never faced an enemy that could be called him. Therefore, when she thought of how her friend's mission involved a sequence 1 beyond her characteristic, as well as a uniqueness and a true god, Furz couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. Zio smiled. "It's just to search for clues and investigate the truth. There's no need to face them." She paused for a second before saying, "The apocalypse is approaching. The end is near, something has to be done. Look, even Mr. Fool is about to fall into a deep slumber, much less insignificant figures like us? If we don't become a demigod as soon as possible, we might not even be able to do anything. Now, there's at least some hope. At the very least, we can attempt to awaken Mr. Fool. Furs had experienced quite a bit, so she had long understood this principle. She had only been venting her emotions, and now, she had calmed down. She thought for a moment and said, "What are you going to do next?" "It'll definitely be very difficult for me to investigate by myself. I'll definitely need the help of MI9's intelligence network. I plan on finding a suitable opportunity to let them know that I've become a Sequence 4 demigod. In order to not be suspected, I might need Miss Justice to give me some hints and make some arrangements," Zio replied seriously. Furza's thoughts raced as she said, "I'll write a script for you. I'll play the villain and simulate a lunatic who's attempting to advance to Sequence 4 Imperative Mage. Then, I'll be defeated by you." As she spoke, a story took shape. She immediately sat beside Zio's table, took out a pen and paper, and began writing. "After I'm done writing the story, I'll get Miss Justice to make some changes to make it more reasonable," Furs said as she wrote. As a secret sorcerer, she was undoubtedly able to ensure that their conversation wouldn't be leaked. Zio thought for a moment. "Isn't writing a biography and story the most important task for you now?" That's simple. I've already thought of too many plots in my head. I have plenty of material." "No, I don't," Furs mumbled as she focused all her attention on writing a script for Zio and obtaining the recognition of MI9. Seeing that her friend was focused on her own matters, a smile gradually suffused Zio's face. She then cast her gaze towards the half-open room and heard her brother, Lo Dericha, seemingly reciting ancient Fasak words. This was a prerequisite for studying law and becoming a lawyer. Their mother was instructing the two servants to remember to clean the living room. The voices reached Zio's ears, causing her expression to gradually turn resolute. Although it was unknown what the outcome of facing the upper echelons of MI9 would be, and although it was unknown what dangers she would encounter in completing Mr. Fool's mission, and although it was also unknown what the apocalypse would be like, Zio knew that if she didn't do anything and didn't take on a certain level of risk, just enjoying the beauty of her family, she would eventually be drowned like most unprepared people facing a flood. And now there was at least a path filled with thorns. There was at least a sliver of light on the path that needed to be grasped with the awareness of sacrifice and courage. P.S. Recommend a book. My cultivation turned on a cheat. This was a world where ancient immortals and gods had passed away, and where evil and demons were secretly breeding. Here, martial arts were prevalent and ninth-grade immortals and gods were flourishing. Zhou Heng had transmigrated here and become an apprentice of an ordinary dojo. While working hard in martial arts, he also had to work hard to make a living. One day, he turned on a cheat. After increasing his proficiency in martial arts, he was able to open a fortune bag. 9 Swords of Dugu. Book of the Chaos. Primordial Golden Stamp. Chapter 1431. In a room beside an Evernight cathedral in the southern continent, East Balam, Leonard's consciousness returned to the real world. After a few seconds of silence, he picked up the coffee that had turned much colder and took a sip. The bitter taste immediately filled his mouth, causing his mind to gradually clear up. "Old man, what happened today?" Finally, Leonard couldn't help but ask. After a moment of silence, Pallas Zoros replied with mixed emotions, "Error has perished. Error has perished. Error." Leonard almost couldn't figure out which existence Old Man was referring to when he said, "error." In the next second, he couldn't hide his astonishment and nearly forgot to lower his voice. Amon? This was a true god in the truest sense of the word. Yes. Pallas Zoros's voice sounded older than before. To be precise, Amon's main body has perished. Leonard wasn't in the mood to decipher the subtle meaning behind Old Man's words. He said in disbelief, How can there be no signs at all? Back then, he had personally witnessed the abnormality before the god of combat's death. He knew that it was a change that affected the entire world, and it had directly brought many terrifying monsters and dangerous zones. And just now the only two abnormalities were, the doors and windows had suddenly closed. He seemed to have forgotten something. The latter was something that most people would encounter in their daily lives. It wasn't strange at all. Pallas Zoroast's tone deepened. He should have perished in Sapphira Castle. In Sapphira Castle? Leonard jumped in fright. The place where he had attended the gathering was inside Sapphira Castle. A battle of gods had just erupted there? Amon actually invaded Sapphira Castle? As Leonard's thoughts raced, his expression gradually turned solemn. Old man, Mr. Fool was injured because of this and had no choice but to choose to enter a deep slumber? He is going to enter a deep slumber? Pallas Zoroast asked. He didn't seem too surprised by this. Leonard tersely acknowledged. He summoned us today for this matter. Pallas Zoroast was silent for a few seconds. His choice of hibernation is indeed related to the previous divine war and Amon's infiltration, but not because of injury, but because of contamination. Pollution? Leonard blurted out in surprise. At Mr. Fool's level, there's still a corruption that's difficult to expel? Pallas Zoroast regained his previous wistful tone. Everything has divinity. Those who rely on divinity to become strong will never be able to escape the shackles of divinity. Perhaps I shouldn't call him the Fool anymore. He is now equivalent to half the Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries. Leonard did have a deeper understanding of the mental imprint in a beyonder characteristic than a demigod at the same level, but he still had many flaws when it came to knowledge that involved a higher level of corruption. Even though he had heard Old Man mention the term Lord of the Mysteries, he still didn't know what it meant. However, he could also confirm that Mr. Fool's level had exceeded sequence 0 based on what Mr. Fool said at the gathering and what Old Man had just said. His strength was enough to kill a true god. Leonard was rational enough not to pursue the matter. He changed the topic in a low voice. Old man, why did Klein fall asleep as well? Do you have any way to wake him up quickly? Pallas Zoroast's tone was a little strange. How could an old and weak angel like me know about such godly matters? As for awakening, even the Fool doesn't have a better solution, much less me. Leonard was silent for a moment. He picked up his coffee cup and took another sip. After a while, he asked hesitantly, Old man, do you have a way to steal other people's talents? Pallas Zoroast sneered. The definition of talent is vague, and its classification is unclear. There's no way to steal it. However, if it's replaced with talent, then there's a way. Forget it. In the end, Leonard still couldn't steal someone else's talent to help him solve his problem. Pallas Zoroast added with a smile, of course. If you can't accept this method, you can find someone who has the kind of talent you want but is very poor to make a deal. Give him the money he desires in exchange for the corresponding talent. It's a bit like a demon, Leonard commented. Pallas Zoroast chuckled. There's an even simpler way, and that is to spend money to hire talented people to help you solve the corresponding difficulties. Old man, why didn't you say so earlier? Leonard suddenly saw a ray of hope. Pallas Zoroast scoffed. You can't even think of such a simple thing? I only came to ask me because I thought you had already eliminated this option. Leonard ignored Old Man's mockery. After some serious thought, he felt that this method was indeed feasible. However, he soon felt a little guilty and uneasy. He had a feeling that he was shirking his responsibilities. On this matter, I have to do something personally. Apart from hiring someone to write poems, I have to write some myself. With this in mind, Leonard suddenly stood up and walked to the door. Where are you going? Pallas Zoroast asked in surprise. Leonard frowned slightly as he said with a firm expression, I'm going to a nearby bookstore to buy some poetry collections. I'm going to a nearby bookstore to buy some poetry collections. Ever since he advanced to a nightmare, he had given up on buying poetry collections in the past. He made them exist more as decorations. After he became a spirit warlock, he began gathering spirits with suitable abilities to read poetry collections so that they could recite them in battle and create beyonder effects to complement him. Therefore, when he came to the southern continent, he didn't bring a single poetry collection. As for the ones he had read in the past, he only remembered a few that he often used. I didn't expect that after becoming a high-ranking deacon, I'd have to go through the poetry anthology again. Leonard sighed inwardly, and his footsteps became firmer. Pallas Zoroast didn't expect Leonard's next step to be to buy a poetry collection. After a while, he probed, "What's your plan? This is an order from the Fool?" "Yes, to promote the corresponding legendary stories," Leonard answered simply as he opened the door and walked out. Pallas Zoroast fell silent once more before saying, "That's right. Apart from writing poems, you should also pay more attention to the siege of Rose School." Leonard walked down the stairs and entered the street. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, he nodded lightly and said, "Yes." At that moment, as he walked towards the bookstore, he felt like he had returned to Tingen, back to the days when he was still a midnight poet. At that time, he was also walking on the bustling street, preparing to buy a copy of Rousseau's early classical poems and a copy of Rozelle's selected poems. Bakeland, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. After Emlyn White regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in front of a window. The sun outside had already dimmed, and the flowers and plants were flourishing. Regarding Mr. Fool's slumber, his feelings were slightly different from the other tarot members. Amidst the heaviness, sighing, sadness, and confusion, there was also the certainty that there would probably be a good outcome. Among the sanguine, a number of marquises and earls were already rather old. Even though they had lived longer than most demigods at the same level, they were still in their twilight years. At such times, they often chose to sleep and use such methods to extend their lifespans. The effects were rather good. Therefore, Emlyn was already accustomed to hearing about slumber. He knew that it wasn't equivalent to passing away or perishing. He believed that, if he found the right solution, Mr. Fool had a high chance of waking up. He looked out the window at the scenery and muttered to himself, "Mr. Fool is in slumber, and the ancestor's revelation is often disrupted. It's obvious that he can't provide frequent help." After a brief silence, Emlyn sighed silently. "Indeed, in the end, I have to face and shoulder it myself. This is the Savior's destiny." When he said the word Savior, Emlyn clearly smiled with a hint of self-deprecation. He then repeated it in his mind. "I can only rely on myself." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Father Yutravsky's voice sounded behind him. "It's time to go." Emlyn turned his head and saw the priest in a brown priest robe carrying a huge sword on his back. The great sword's length exceeded Emlyn's height, and its width was nearly his waist. Coupled with Yutravsky's mountain-like body, the terrifying pressure was almost tangible. As a sanguine earl, Emlyn only felt a little suffocated before returning to normal. He nodded slightly. All right. Today, they would depart for the southern continent and participate in the operation to annihilate Rose School. Just as he replied, Emlyn suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Let's wait another half a day." He wanted to gather most of the blood breeds in Bakeland for a preliminary discussion about the pharmaceutical company. Bishop Yutravsky didn't ask any questions and nodded. "Come find me when you're ready." After Emlyn watched Father Yutravsky walk deep into the cathedral, he turned to the sanguine who were following him to the southern continent. "Inform all the sanguine in Bakeland to come over. There's something we need to discuss." "Yes, Your Grace," the sanguine replied respectfully. After they split up, Emlyn looked back at the altar and the sacred emblem of life in front of the cathedral. It was a baby surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and spring water. This left Emlyn in a daze. He couldn't remember when it started, but he spent less and less time in his bedroom. He spent less and less time with the dolls, and even his hobby of studying history had become more purposeful and utilitarian. Such a change didn't happen overnight, but over the course of days and months, it was slow and undetectable. By the time Emlyn realized it, he had already adapted to his new life. Emlyn retracted his gaze, raised his chin slightly, and shook his head with a smile. This is the Savior's Destiny PS1. Seeking monthly votes during the double period PS2. Recommended a book, Lin Hai's new book. I grew up reading his books. Really? Smile. Book title: Fox of the Forbidden Zone. He was a natural marksman, and he never misremembered the direction of the goal. He fought against the enemies on the field, as well as the world. I know the goal is there. It's about to be published. I can slaughter it now,